Hello. Hi. How's it going? Absolute fucking legend at starting streams, right? Like, how does he do it? How does he find the perfect words every single time? You'll notice, by the way, drinking out of bottled water again. The boil notice was lifted in our part of Texas. But, basically we don't really trust it, because, like, showering in the water, especially, like, when you get heated water, and it's, like, you know, vaporizing a little bit, and you can actually, like, get a good fucking whiff of what this water smells like, it is not nice smelling water. Like, it smells like the beaches of Galveston, which is, for people who have not been to Galveston, just very, very dirty saltwater smell. So yeah, we're back on bottled water. I don't doubt that our water is probably safe to consume, but, like, also we've cooked with it a few times, and, like, it makes whatever you cook with taste, like, not good. Like, it's really, really salty water. For sure, there's a lot of salt in it. But on top of the salt, it's just like a weird, just bad taste. So I'm not sure about our water situation. Like, even after coming out of the shower, like, it's better on some days than it is on other, but, like, today, especially, for some reason, it was, like, really bad. I felt dirtier after I showered. Because of, how nasty the water smells, and probably is. So anyways, Texas situation aside, there's a few new developments that I will talk about at some point, regarding the Texas situation, but I just mentioned the water because it's here. I'm gonna try and push that aside for now, because today, the plan is... the plan is to go through every single fucking patch note page, more or less every single one, alright? Like, some people will come out of the woodworks and be like, oh, you skipped patch 1.3.0.5.2.8. Will, that's my favorite patch note. But the ones I skipped are, like, I did a brief reading of all of them. First off, let me talk about how disorganized the patch notes on this wiki are. Like, there is no sort of coherence between each patch note. New features at the top here, then changes, then bug fixes. Sure. Features and mechanics combined as one. New items are separate, new NPCs, blah blah blah. Optimizations. Features and mechanics. Okay, so there's some consistency for a little bit. Features and mechanics. Features. Split from new config options. Changes? Has its own patch note. Features? Quality of life improvements? Items? Like, why, what is the... Like, it's just very clearly the patch notes were, like, written by different people at vastly different times, but... It made it very annoying to sort through, because, like, some of them are just wildly different. Like, new items at the top here, new features at the bottom here, changes below that. I think, like, some of the later ones, I was just like, new content, vanity accessory, other content design changes, and I thought, like, maybe I'm not even gonna include this one, because this one's not that meaningful. But then when you scroll to the bottom, there's, like, this was that huge fucking balance change patch. And it is huge. But a little disorganized, so it made searching through the patch notes a little tedious. But all of the ones I skipped are basically just bug fix patches. So yes, it's not technically every single patch note, but the ones I skipped, I would have just been indifferent towards anyways, so I thought that was a fair balance. Like, if there's nothing to say about a given patch, like, what am I gonna do? Like, they fixed the game crashing, 10 out of 10 patch. Congratulations, you know? They added more language options, 10 out of 10. Like, there's not that much to say about patches like that. So I just kept it for the ones that would be a little interesting. Oh, dude! Remember this guy? Oh, it's kind of funny how they kept a quote from this guy. Considering how heavily excommunicated he was from the entire Terraria development team. Anyways, that's a story that I'm not going to talk about, but you can do your own research on that guy if you really want to. Patch notes, yeah. Okay, I guess I should just get into it. I think this will be fun, hopefully. It'll either be fun or incredibly tedious, but maybe a little bit of both. We'll see. It definitely took a little while to get set up because I had to completely recreate this screen region due to the resolution change I made for Dyson Sphere program a while back. This is now 2. I have gotten 2 out of my 7 OBS scenes fixed since that resolution change a while back. Slowly but surely working on it. As soon as I do a Link to the Past rando, that one will get fixed. Fan game, that's gonna take a while. OT rando, probably even longer. I might come back to the Mario ROM hack sooner rather than later. And then the final scene is one that I've literally never used because I was hoping that I could play a specific game on a specific legal console. Legal console. Definitely not an illegitimate copy of the game. But it actually just didn't work. Like, the frames were so bad. You could probably guess what legal console I'm talking about. Because it's a very in-development one. But yeah, I was like, this is just not gonna work for stream, so I've never used that screen region, but maybe one day. Anyway, so we're listening to Terraria 1.4 Journey's End full original high-quality soundtrack, by the way. We'll just have that going on repeat for the duration of this. And yeah, let's get started, because I'm like stalling because I know this is going to be like a fucking journey one way or another, and it's probably a horrible idea, but in my mind, aren't the horrible ideas for streams like the best ideas? I'm gonna try and stay as centered as possible on my camera, because I know that this camera is a shorter angle than my normal camera perspective. God damn, like, because this includes literally, like, every single added item and everything, this is also going to double as, like, a tier list for the thousands of items Terraria has. Although the majority of Terraria items are blocks, which I'm just gonna skip over, because who fucking cares about, like, wooden block 7, you know? I don't care about that. Okay. We're starting. So this is Terraria 1.0. This is the first... I think this is the first downloadable, like, buyable version on Steam. It says release date May 16th, 2011. Let me see if I can pull up the Steam page and see if that checks out. I'm not even fucking signed into Steam. What a professional. Let's see. Terraria. Still only $10 after all this time. Incredible. Yeah, release date, May 16th, 2011. So that is the first Steam version, which I believe is the first version I got. I don't think they did like an open alpha, open beta thing. I think this is the version that most people are familiar with. I know that, like, a few noted YouTubers and, like, maybe Twitch streamers at the time? I don't think Twitch was really a thing in 2011 or before 2011. I mean, maybe fucking, what was it? iJustin? No, that's iJustine. Isn't that just a fucking vlogger? What is it just Justin TV? Yeah, okay, it was just Justin TV. I was close. Maybe that was around, but I don't think there were too many prolific Terraria streamers when Twitch was just Justin TV. So yeah, this is going to be the first version that I would have played then. And like, I don't even know how in-depth I need to go into some of these, because like, how am I gonna give a rating on Clouds, right? Like, wow, you nailed it out of the park with that one, Clouds. One of my favorite features in Terraria. I love the game ever since they added Clouds. Like, tooltips. This is just like a kind of... First off, this is not official Terraria music, hello? This is a Xenon and D Sniper remix, which is included in the original high-quality soundtrack. I mean, maybe this is in the game as, like, an Easter egg. I don't fucking know. Alright, let's pretend it's official. Don't copyright strike me, please. To, like, that fucking, who was it, Dan McCoy? The guy who literally just note for note copied the, one of those Minecraft songs and was like, yeah, this is mine now. I get to DMCA strike you. Please don't be like Dan McCoy, or whoever his, publisher / label is. Alright. Damage numbers, 10 out of 10 patch. Splitting stacks. Like, these are just, like, required inventory features. Like, how do I critique splitting stacks? FPS meter? Is that the item? No, that's not an item. That's DPS meter. What if, though? What if you had to get an item to look at your FPS? That would be, honestly not that surprising, given some of the things that are itemized in Terraria. Netplay, cool. Can I just, like, scroll down a bit until we get to, like, actual, like, accessories? That's just a part of the game. Like, a 10 out of 10, I guess. Customized character creation. What was it before? Item, name, colors, based on rarity. Congratulations, you have become a game. Maybe I should have skipped 1.0. Like, there you go, depth meter accessory. I'm surprised that was in the game so early, honestly. Tables and chairs. Incredible. Wooden platforms. Now this, I know I've been saying 10 out of 10 as a joke, but this is, I mean, how can you have a problem with wooden platforms? It's like the basis of creating a boss fight in Terraria, although I know the modern day meta is using planter boxes instead of platforms. But you gotta give credit where credit is due. Wooden platforms were the MVP for the majority of Terraria. Regrowing / new growth trees. I don't even know what to say about these. Limited character names to a size of 16 characters long, and world names to 20 characters long. Why even include that? I mean, sure, I guess it is a patch note, but like, the fact that this is going to be the hardest one to work through, because this is literally just all one category. Like, they didn't split it into separate categories like they do for every other patch note. It's just, like, a mess, basically. Sure, they added... I'm not sure if this is saying they added the demon eye, or if they're saying they added the fact that demon eyes drop lenses. Because I'm pretty sure there was definitely pre-1.0 footage of demon eyes. I think it's saying that they now drop lenses, and zombies now break open doors. That's a really early change! Like, they removed that immediately. I never realized that that was a 1.0 thing. Like, I had completely forgotten about that. But, like, very, very shortly after 1.0, they removed zombies' ability to break open doors. Goggles. The classic. It was so difficult to, like, get armor in this early version of the game because it was all from the ores, and it's just, like, excessive how many ore pieces it takes to make a piece of armor. Removed ability to attack through walls. That's a pretty big one. Just added bows in the 1.0 patch. Also seems like something, and shurikens? Seems like something I remember from before 1.0 watching footage of the game, but maybe not. Yeah, like, no! I definitely remember... they must just be lumping everything that the game released with as 1.0. Because there was definitely Eye of Cthulhu footage before the game was released. Maybe not. I don't know. Did I just fucking skip 1.0? Grappling hook. 10 out of 10. Like, this is just labeling every... Meteorites. 1 out of 10, because... You can see I clicked on this wiki page, because I was actually baffled, like, doing my skim through the patch notes earlier. I had never realized that, meteorites actually landed on the fact that you need to kill either the Brain of Cthulhu or the Eater of Worlds before a meteorite will actually spawn. When I did my Journey's End playthrough, that was never finished, did they have that patch yet? Because I swear I cheesed it. Or maybe I didn't cheese it and I was mad about it. But I thought I would remember something like that, if that was the case. But anyways, yeah, I was under the impression, because this change has gone back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, whether the developers want to allow you to break Meteorite before fighting any boss, basically. I have always been a prophet, an outspoken person saying that it definitely should be allowed to break meteorites before fighting bosses, because like the very, very early stages of Terraria are like the least fun, least enjoyable parts of the game, and being able to skip through that as fast as possible is a huge plus in game enjoyability. And it's also, like, it takes a decent bit of game knowledge, so it's not even like it breaks the casual experience. Like, it doesn't break your first time through playing Terraria, unless you're, like, you know, looking at the wiki pages ahead of time for most optimal Terraria builds, but most people don't do that, so I don't even see the reasoning behind, like, locking this off as hard as they want to lock it off. Because the casual experience is entirely unaffected due to, like, needing the knowledge of how to even spawn meteorites in the first place. And, like, the way they had it, I liked the compromise where, you know, at first they made it so you can't use bombs or TNT to destroy, like, the Crimson or Corruption blocks. And then they made it so that only TNT works at some point, I think. And then they made it so bombs and TNT work again. I was fine with, like, the TNT compromise, because you don't get TNT out of pots like you do with bombs. You do get TNT out of chests, I guess, but that's more rare. More often than not, though, you're going to need the, what's his name? Demolitionist? You're gonna need the Demolitionist before you can get enough TNT to actually, like, break enough, hearts or shadow orbs to actually spawn a meteorite. And I thought that was a fair enough compromise that takes plenty of game knowledge to not affect the casual first-time experience, and for the people who want to skip by the boring sections of the game, they were allowed to do so. But instead, they fucking hard-gated it several times, and unfortunately landed on hard-gating it, which is disagreeable, I'll say. Definitely disagreeable. So, I don't know. Yeah, I'm just gonna skip the 1.0 patch, because it's, I don't know, they're just, like, showing every item. Like, I guess I could, like, rate the items. Like, I'm not gonna pay too much attention. Boomerang, 1 out of 10. Unholy Arrows, 5 out of 10. I don't know. They're pretty good. Early game. Fuck it, 8 out of 10. Who cares? Cloud in a Bottle and Hermes Boots, those are required out of 10. Fucking Star Fury, 0 out of 10. Vilethorn, 0 out of 10. Although I think Vilethorn was actually decent in 1.0. I think they nerfed the hell out of it in future patches, but, like, Vilethorn used to be, like, it would actually, if you just had Vilethorn, you would, like, destroy the Destroyer of Worlds. Like, it did not stand a chance against the piercing damage of Vilethorn. gonna ignore miscellaneous ingredients because, like, it's just, the more crafting recipe ingredients that they add in Terraria, the worse the experience, honestly. Also, you may have noticed how horribly balanced the OST is. Don't worry, I've noticed it as well. I've put it fairly low, but every now and then there's just a really loud part to a song. And some songs are just significantly louder than others. So hopefully it's a decent mix right now. I don't know, man. I could rank bosses and items in, like, a separate thing. I think I'm just gonna fucking skip 1.0. Who cares? Also, eating my mustache. That's, like, the problem with letting my mustache grow out long enough to the point where it can, like, get in my mouth, is it constantly is in my mouth. Hate it. Makes eating food, especially anything, like, who doesn't love a good burger, right? But, like, if the burger is large enough that it will lightly graze the top lip, it 100% guaranteed pulls the mustache in with it. Which means I should probably just trim it. But that takes effort, dude. That takes effort. Alright, 1.0.2. I assume 1.0.1 was probably just like... Here, I'll give you an example of what a patch note I skipped looks like. I mean, it's just bug fixes. They have it listed under items, but these are just bug fixes. Yeah. This is why I skipped patch notes like that. So, for those wondering why I skip given patch notes, is because the ones I skipped, there's literally nothing interesting in. Right-clicking and holding on a crafting recipe... Oh, dude. 10 out of 10 change, right there. It's, one of the things that makes the game livable. It's like, you can't imagine playing the game without being able to do that. Because it's just so, inherent to the play experience. You're so used to it at this point that you can't think of a world without it. New item, sticky bombs. Like, sticky bomb... There's so... Okay. There's so many items that have, like, basically no utility. The only use for sticky bombs / sticky TNT is for either mining meteorite. Like, no times in regular gameplay do you need to stick a bomb on, like, a wall or a ceiling. Except when you're trying to crack the crimson hearts or the shadow orbs early, or when you're mining meteorite because you don't have a golden pickaxe. It's like the only fucking reasons. 0 out of 10 change. I mean, I guess it is required for those niche situations. I don't know, fucking 5 out of 10, who cares? Sand duping bug fixed. Thank you for also including that under items. Thank you. And special category for new bug. Double jumping right before you hit the ground will not negate damage from falling. New bug. New bug just dropped. Placing a bet... I gotta fucking... Like... The music is killing me. I'm lowering it more. Who made this? It's just... The song it started out with was so fucking quiet, and then as soon as you get to, like, the... Like, this is a boss fight, Queen Slime. As soon as you get to combat music, it just blows out your ears. Okay. Placing a bed far from the spawn no longer causes a player who has set their spawn there to crash on join. Thank you, again, for including this under items. That's a very relevant... Yeah, it does have to do with an item, I guess. Mining stone and other hard ores make a tink noise now. That's definitely an item change. Thank you. Hellstone and obsidian now require at least a nightmare pickaxe. Yeah. Like, that's a progression change that I understand. I think that you probably should have to fight a boss before you're allowed... Not obsidian. Like, the obsidian thing always annoyed me, because whenever you're making your your elevator, as they call it, as the kids say. Obsidian just always gets in the way. It's super fucking tedious, so you always have to, like, dig around it whenever Obsidian shows up. Not a big fan of Obsidian requiring a Nightmare Pickaxe, but Hellstone makes sense. Like, Hellstone is technically, like, the latest game item you can have. Well, at this point in the game at all, Hellstone is the latest game armor set you can have. But, you know, including the future versions of Terraria, it's the highest level gear or armor you can get prior to hard mode. It's the best defense, at the very least. So, you should probably have to kill at least one boss before you get the best armor available to you. Sand no longer spawns within a certain distance. Okay, thank you. Hellstone now correctly takes as long to dig as Meteor does. I wonder if it was, like, absurdly too long or absurdly too short. The clay pot item now has the correct size. Again, curious as to what that means. Performance GUI server ignored. But there you go. That's 1.0.2. Overall, I give this patch note a rating of insignificant out of 10. Because, honestly, it didn't really change the gameplay experience all that much. Alright, new items. The black lens, which I think at this point in the game is literally only used for sunglasses. Which aren't sunglasses literally just as good as goggles? They just, like, look cooler? Or does it not even... It's just vanity? It doesn't do anything? It's just vanity. It's just vanity. Really? Yeah! It used to be an armor item. And I think it was just as good as goggles. Anyways. Weird. We'll never get to know what the original defense value... Horrible sprite, by the way. Is that the current sprite? Like, that's currently what it looks like? Like, I'm fucking shit at art, but I could fucking do better than that. Like, Terraria's got some good artists on the team. But I guess, you know, who really cares about the asset for sunglasses? Very ugly, though. Not the best. Not the best. Wizard hat, classic item. Jungle armor. Surprised that came out afterwards, but I kind of remember that. I, like, vaguely remember playing the update and being excited about the addition of jungle armor, as if that did anything to affect the game. Jungle armor, from its original implementation all the way up to modern-day Terraria, remains completely useless. There is no reason to get jungle armor. Like, it's just trash. And, like, nobody likes going to the jungle anyways, just because the jungle is by far the worst place to be in the game. I'm doing all of these expressive hand motions, but they're entirely off camera. I need a wide camera for this. Oh well. It's okay. I can just try and be expressive in my tiny little box that I live in. That's the best I can do. But yeah, jungle armor, fuck it. Literally no one has been happy upon receiving jungle armor. I refuse to believe otherwise. So many armor sets in this game. Like, I'm not sure how long the tier list... not tier list. I'm not sure how long the patch note review, completely separate from a tier list, is going to take. But if I have time afterwards, I'll try and go on, like, tier list maker and see if someone has made like a Terraria armor tier list, Terraria bosses tier list. I assume people probably have, but I imagine that this is going to take quite a bit of time, because you can't see how many tabs I have open at the top, but there's at least 20 tabs of patch notes, and I'm stalling every step of the way, so going through the patch notes is going to take a while. I don't imagine I'll have too much time left afterwards. That might have to wait into a separate stream, but we'll see. Okay, changes. Set bonuses that provide more defense now correctly match their... See, like, I would put that under bug fixes, but okay. I guess that's a change. All armor inventory icon... Okay, yeah, sure. Sure. Graphic improvements. All armor sets have been changed. Okay, yeah, you literally said that the armor graphics have been changed in 3 separate lines of text. You could probably condense that down into just this last one. Like, that's the only thing that needs to be said. You don't need to put these top 2 bits in there. Molten Armor's overall defense has been reduced. Probably fair, because... how many times do I need to get in the way defense works in Terraria? I'm just going to leave it at the way defense works in Terraria is horrible. And if you don't believe me, just look up exactly how it works. Think about it for about 2 milliseconds, and you'll probably agree with me that defense, the way it's handled in Terraria, is pretty shit tier. So yeah, I wouldn't doubt that decreasing the defense was probably appropriate, because just the way defense works in the game is if you have enough defense, literally everything in the game does 1 damage to you. Meteor Armor's set bonus now reduces... That's a 10 out of 10 change. Only problem is, I know the future, right? Like, this is, what is it? You know, it's like that one kind of irony. It's a dramatic irony. There you go. This is the dramatic irony of knowing that they remove this in future updates. Like, it was so good. This is like, just, I don't care if it's overpowered, right? Like, just give me something that gets me out of the beginning, like, pre-hard mode section of Terraria, because it sucks. I don't remember if this is one they went back and forth on. I'm pretty sure they just removed it at some point and never added it back. But maybe I'm wrong, because I think Calamity might have changed it? I don't know. I get, like, my vanilla Terraria mixed up with Calamity towards the future updates, because, like, I started playing a lot more Calamity and a lot less vanilla. I was just gonna say a lot more Terraria, which is true, because Calamity makes Terraria more enjoyable. Several magic items have had their damage increased. Love to see it. Demolitionist is now also triggered to arrive when the player has sticky bombs and grenades in their inventory. I mean, yeah, it's just... that should be, honestly a bug fix, but sure. He should just show up when you have any explosive. I would count that as a bug fix. All skeleton graphics have been changed. 10 out of 10 feature. The guide now has hit and death effects, and can now be killed by hostile NPCs. 10 out of 10 change. Trees now become corrupt instead of being destroyed. Sure. Created a console... okay, sure. Increased client... okay, sure. Sure. The multiplayer stuff, uh-huh. Slimes are synced better. Debate. Like, no matter how hard they've tried to, like, fix desyncing problems in Terraria multiplayer, it's never actually been improved that much. Like, literally any worm enemy in the game, if you take it off screen far enough, just completely breaks, and, like, the body segments to the worm are separated from the head, so you just have, like, a flying head of a worm enemy, and you can't kill it. And, like, the body, you can, like, walk off-screen far enough and just find it, like, stuck, frozen. It's a mess. And that's not the only kind of, multiplayer bug you'll encounter. Like, especially with Calamity, there's so much desync. Like, I love Calamity, and Calamity works pretty seamlessly in multiplayer, but some of the bosses just desync really, really bad. Especially... one particular move that is a, like, vanilla Terraria AI thing. It's also broken in vanilla Terraria. I think the only AI that has it in vanilla Terraria, though, is the, hollowed and crimson/corrupt chest. They have this ability where they, like, fly right above you and then slam down. There's a few bosses, or at least I know for sure that exact AI is copied over to the Slime God Calamity fight, and it has the same desyncing problem that the hollowed Crimson and Corrupt chests do in vanilla Terraria, which is just like, if you're playing in multiplayer, graphically it'll show the chest or slime god flying over one person, but then when it does its slam, it just like teleports over to you because I guess on the server side it was actually targeting you, but it looked like it was targeting someone else on your client. That happens all the goddamn time. Anyways, a little bit of a tangent based on slimes are synced better because, yeah, hard debate on that one. There have been improvements, but there's still a lot of problems. Accessories now correctly sync between players. Don't even know what that could mean. How does that get desynced? The game window is now resizable. Yeah, that should probably be something that was allowed from 1.0. Full screen resolution can now be changed in the options menu. The server can now... Yeah, okay. Sure. 255 is way too many, but yes. Sure. Alright. That's 1.0.3. Let me think about it. How do I give this one a rating? Because it has Meteor Armor Set bonus now reduces Space Gun mana cost to 0, this gets a 10 out of 10. That might seem like overkill, but that one change is the change that carried the enjoyability of Terraria for me for, like, several patches. Like, that one single patch note right there carried the game for a decent amount of time. Until they removed it. Okay, 1.0.4. Quite a few vanity sets, it looks like. Aw, dude. Quote. Anybody else play that secret little indie game? Not many people know about it. Okay, I'm sorry. A few new enemies as well. Is there anything that I don't like here? I don't think so. This is all pretty standard. Nothing to complain about. I mean, King Slime is kind of a pathetic boss, and it always has been, but sure. It just has no reason to exist. Like, what do you do? Do something. Like, I guess, I don't know. The only advantage to it is the fact that when riding the slime mount, but I don't even know if the slime mount was introduced when King Slime was, right? Like, King Slime is 1.0.3. Wait, 1.0.4. But the slime mount wasn't added until 1.2.4. So, yeah, I'm gonna give King Slime a 0 out of 10 rating. Like, the only benefit to the mount, like, no one cares about it as a mount. The only thing it's good for is you go down your elevator faster because it increases your gravity by, like, 3 times or something. Social slots, that's a fun out of 10 change. You can now wear the jungle rose in your hair. 10 out of 10 change. Some items that were missing lore text now have them. What the fuck is the breathing reads lore text? This is lore. Increases breath time and allows breathing in water. That's lore text? What? What do you mean lore text? Why are you calling it lore text? Whatever. I don't know. Maybe it's talking about something else, but whatever it is, I have no clue. Ammo items are now listed as ammo. Sure, yeah. Wizard Hat now offers 2 defense. Cool. Empty buckets now offer 1 defense. Awesome, dude. Awesome. Angel statues are now more rare of a find. Debate. Heavy debate on that one. Eater of Worlds was made stronger. The Dread Miner. These changes, I fucking should have skipped a few of these, because this is just like, they added vanity stuff, for the most part. That's like the only real thing I'm seeing in these patch notes. I hate that some of these things are listed under changes, because, I don't know, make a separate category for changes that don't matter. Chasms are now less frequent to appear, but always have an orb. That it should have always been the case, but they changed the way that corruption works in the future anyway, so this patch note is in the irrelevant tier. Surface jungles are now possible on mud that is on the surface. there didn't used to be surface jungles? Okay, that's a weird one. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. This feels like a insignificant out of 10 patch note. Throw it away. Like, for a while, there are pretty insignificant patch notes. They do add, like, a decent amount of content, but, like, it's nothing compared to some of the later patch notes. New item Aglet. The classic. This must have been where they added, like, a bunch of the, like, overworld chest stuff. Because I'm seeing... Well, is this the potion update? This has to be the potion update, dude. This is the potion update. There you go. I found it. I found out what update it was. New features, buffs. There you go. This was a pretty big one. I actually, like... I remember exactly where I was, because I was on, like, a vacation as a kid when this update, like, had its reveal trailer. Like, the big 1.0.5 potion update, dude. It is... I remember, like, so many pieces from that trailer. Like, definitely using a gravitation potion in a jungle would almost guarantee that's in there. Shine potion. Who could forget it? But, yeah. I remember getting really, really excited about this one, which is hilarious because, you know, it's kind of meaningless. Wooden boomerang was added? Oh, the other one was the boomerang. Yeah, I forgot. They added just a shittier boomerang. That's right. 0 out of 10 item. All of the boomerang items suck. Don't at me. There is not a single boomerang item in the game. Changes. That's the Eater of Worlds? Did I call it a Destroyer of Worlds earlier? Is it? What? No, Eater of Worlds is an... Why is it fucking... Why is it anagramized? And Devourers will no longer chase players outside the corruption. Change the way worm enemies spawn. Cool. Bats, hornets, and demon eyes no longer enter water. Honestly, like, one of the most important changes they added to the game. Slimes now float in water. Additionally important. Only one giant slime will appear at a time. I don't even know what that means. What counts as a giant slime? Does that include purple slimes? Or is it just talking about, like, mother slimes? No idea. The guide now seems quite knowledgeable in what an item can be made into if you show it to him. This right here is like, well, I don't know. How do I feel about this one? On the one hand, yes, it is super important for a game like this to have some sort of, like, Wikipedia kind of information in the game itself. Otherwise, like, how is anybody expected to know the crafting recipes for literally anything in the game? On the other hand, I think this kind of allowed them to make much more convoluted recipes with so many fucking bullshit ingredients, and they just added and added and added to the amount of item bloat that the raw ingredients list have, like the materials list had. And maybe that's not the best thing in the world. But still, the feature alone was not the problem. So yeah, 10 out of 10 change. NPC shops now sell some items on certain nights or after certain events. Whatever, sure. Devourer should no longer gain random other enemies as its head. That's probably a plus side, though I would have loved to seen what that looked like. Bats now have an on-death sound effect. Okay. Talking to the old man at night will give them a warning about summoning the boss. Honestly, kind of important, because, like, I feel like a lot of people, if that wasn't the case, would just not understand that there was a boss fight associated with that NPC, without prior knowledge, obviously. Entering the dungeon before defeating Skeletron now spawns a new NPC, Dungeon Guardian, instead of Skeletron's head. Yeah, that's a pretty meaningful one. Because I imagine it wouldn't be too hard to just kill the Skeletron's head if it was the normal Skeletron head. Enemy coin drops have been adjusted. Whatever. Who cares? Well, actually, it is kind of important to modern Terraria. Because, like, there's no good way of making money in, like, modern Terraria. Like, that's one of the most fun things of Terraria, is boss fights, obviously. And that's why I love Calamity so much, is because they give you that very easy and convenient ability to grind boss fights and just fight them over and over and over again. Because, like, why are you not allowed to just refight boss fights easily? Like, vanilla Terraria is so bad about that. There's so many boss fights that are, like, the most tedious thing in the world to access. Like, fucking Moonlord. If you actually want to, like, farm Moonlord and keep fighting him over and over again, you get, like, I don't know, maybe, like, 4 to 5 fights every lunar event, and every lunar event takes, like, 20 to 30 minutes. Not good. Not good at all. Not good. And in fact, I think 4 to 5 might be an inflated number, because I think, doesn't vanilla Terraria not give you the, like, I don't know what they're called, like the little essence bits when you kill enemies in the lunar event? They only give you the essence bits when you destroy the center obelisk, right? So I think you might only get, like, maybe like 3 to 4, not 4 to 5 Moonlord fights every lunar event. And then, yeah, I don't know. You're not guaranteed to win every one of those if you're bad, like I am, so it sucks, basically. Man-eaters and snatchers are... Oh, I didn't bring it back home. One of the biggest, like, most enjoyable things you can do outside of farming bosses just for the items in Calamity is you also have to farm bosses for money quite frequently, and it's always fun to, like, find what boss you can absolutely decimate and just, like, destroy them instantly over and over again until you get absurd amounts of money. It's, that's fun. I like that. But also, like, there's not really anything to spend money on in vanilla Terraria. Like, the only time I've actually been pressed for cash in vanilla Terraria was my last playthrough on Journey's End, where basically every single cent I owned went into fueling my Clintaminator because corruption constantly took over my biome, so I couldn't teleport. It's fucking just miserable feature, the way they added it. But anyways. Man-eaters and snatchers are no longer affected by knockback and can attack through walls, whatever. Enemies now take up different amounts of slots depending on AI style and strengths? What? What do you mean? I assume it's just saying, like, there is a max spawn limit, and I assume by slots it means it takes up more than one enemy in that spawn limit. Green slimes have been weakened so that starting players can deal with them more easily. Debate. Slimes and flying enemies no longer make splash sound when hitting the water. I guess it's because, like, when they were bouncing on it, they would enter, like, a constant bounce phase where they would, like, not really jump that high, so you would just get a repeating sound effect. I can imagine that's why they changed that. Items of blue rarity or higher no longer burn up in lava. It's just, like, a weird change. It's just a weird one. I guess it's, like, super meaningful if you play the game above... What is it called? Like, what's the lowest difficulty? Is it just called, like... I think it's called, like, casual or something. It's the difficulty that everyone should play Terraria as, because, like, losing all your items on death is just tedious more than anything. Like, you either go hardcore or you go casual. Taking that middle core, or whatever they fucking called it, medium core? Yeah, it's soft core, hardcore, medium core, I think. Playing medium core just makes no sense. It's like, just soft core with added tedium. I don't get it. But sure, I guess that makes sense for medium core. Burning Skulls has been renamed to Cursed Skulls and given a different AI. Enemy casters had their fire rate slowed down. Meteor heads have less health, do more damage, and move slower. There are now slight size variations to Eater of Souls, Hornets, and Angry Bones. It's just a weird change. Skeletron has less defense and health. Okay. Silver Short Sword's recipe has been corrected. It is now craftable. That's in the changes list, by the way. That's in the changes and not bug fixes list, for those wondering. Destroying a placed sign. What does changes even mean? Alright? I'm getting mad now. Well, literally everything could be placed under changes. Fuck off. I'm sorry. I'm literally fucking insulting someone who wrote a Wikipedia page, like, actually 10 years ago. But fuck off! Alright, so I'm sorry. I'm getting heated. Who cares about this? Rocket boots no longer require mana. Yeah? I forgot they did. I forgot they used to require mana. That was weird. Because it was like the only flying item in the game. So I guess that makes sense. But, yeah. Can you imagine if fucking wings in Terraria cost mana? Like, it would just make magic, like, literally impossible to use. Well, with the mana rose, I hate the way that magic has been treated in Terraria. The mana rose is the worst item in the game. People will take serious issue with that, because, like, the mana rose is the only item that makes magic characters playable, but I think that is the problem. The fact that Mana Rose is so strong and there's no cooldown on mana potions basically means that you have infinite mana, which I think it should never be the way a mechanic ends up playing out. Like, it's fucking capitalism, dude. The more money you have, the more mana you have. When will it ever stop? But yeah, fuck the Mana Rose. I wish they handled magic differently. The explosion animation for bombs is now correctly displayed in multiplayer. This is a change, not a bug fix, by the way. There's now anytime you put the word correctly, that should just be a bug fix. There is now a message pop up when a player receives an item. Filled buckets may no longer be emptied into solid ground. That is like, that's something that's always bugged me about the way Terraria liquids work. For people who don't know about Terraria liquids, liquids take place on an entirely different, like, tile set than, like, the block tiles. Like, there's an entire grid of block tiles, and there's an entirely separate grid of liquid tiles. I don't know why they chose to handle them separately, because it's probably making way more overhead than it needs to, but whatever, I'm sure they've handled it appropriately, or maybe fixed some things that would have created overhead, but it just seems like a weird way of going about it, and I can't even think of, like, the upside to it. Because by having liquids and solid blocks on two separate tile grids, means that when you're placing blocks over liquids, or in this case, you used to be able to place liquids over blocks, when you destroy the block, it just makes a liquid, like, pop up out of nowhere. Which is very annoying when you're trying to, like, get rid of water. Like, say you're tunneling down in your elevator, and there's, like, a bunch of water in the way, or lava, even worse. You can't just place blocks and then remove it, like, the liquid doesn't go away. Or maybe they've changed it. I think they might have actually changed it. But for the longest time, it used to work the way I'm describing it, where you would place blocks over a liquid, and then when you mine it back up, the liquid just reappears. It's just weird way of doing it. I don't know why you would ever separate those tile grids. Pots in the underworld now have a chance to drop Hellfire arrows. Sure. Handgun and Phoenix Blaster have been reduced in size. Huge nerf, 0 out of 10 change. Lowered the knockback and the damage of Muramasa. Oh no. It started, guys. This is the beginning of the destruction of Muramasa. Decrease the damage of the Sun Fury. Reduce the damage of the Blue Moon. Oh no. It's happening, guys. This is when they made flails an entirely useless item category. Flintlock pistol and musket have increased damage. Okay. Only normal trees drop acorns? What are the non-normal trees at this point in the game? I don't think they've added the different kinds of trees, have they? Who knows? Falling sand clumps are no longer carried by magic, missile, and flame lash. That's just funny. But also, why change that? That just seems fun. It just seems like you could juggle. Why are you removing the ability to juggle in Terraria? Jungle armor is no longer a drop, it is a craftable set. That's how I thought it was originally introduced. My mistake. Magic mirror now requires 20 mana to be used. Honestly, why? I never understood this. Like, there was a period of time where you didn't used to start with mana, because I think now in modern Terraria, don't you just start with some mana? I think you start with 20 mana, so this change does literally nothing. But first off, why does the magic mirror require mana? Other than, I guess it's just like a flavor thing. But if anything, let's pretend in a world where magic was balanced and you didn't just have infinite mana by buying mana potions and having a mana rose. In that environment, why are magic users punished because they're not able to use their magic mirror as easily as someone using a ranged weapon or a melee weapon? I don't know. It just seems like a weird change that they did for flavor alone. And I don't know. Whatever. Who cares? Basically. There was a period of time where it actually affected gameplay and was annoying, though. When you didn't start out with mana, and when mana crystals actually took 10 fallen stars instead of what it is now, which is like 3 or something. It was actually pretty annoying finding a magic mirror like very quickly in your world, but not being able to use it for a while. Harpoon and flails now correctly show the player's arm animation. Cool. Arms dealer will sell unholy arrows at night after the Eater of Worlds has been defeated. Cool. I'm all for ammos being purchasable, because, like, crafting ammo is just tedious. It's just, like, that's a very unfun part of the game. I honestly, why isn't all ammunition infinite? I would vouch for all ammunition being infinitely harder to obtain, so long as all ammunition was just infinite. Because, like, doing that resource management, just having to, like, grind for a bit to get enough ammo for a boss. Like, I know it's not that bad, because in modern Terraria they give you, like, absurd amounts of ammunition for every single kind of ammo, but it's just, like, why, you know? Like, it's just an annoying change more than anything. To have to... Well, I guess not an annoying change, that's how it's always been. It's an annoying feature of the game that you have to craft your ammo constantly. Space Gun does more damage, but only penetrates 2 enemies. Honestly, that's just like a buff. It's just a buff. I guess it makes the Destroyer of Worlds... Am I saying the boss correctly? Is it... No, it's Eater of Worlds. Fuck. It was Eater of Worlds. It makes the Eater of Worlds boss slightly harder, but who cares? Hellstone brick recipe, now, who cares? Suspicious looking eye is now crafted with 6 lenses instead of 10. Again, like, the easier it is to access boss fights over again, the better. It's still too tedious and annoying in current Terraria. Spam detection is less aggressive. Multiplayer stuff. Like, what is the order that they place these patch notes in? It's seemingly completely random. It's just like a mess all over the place. Mud and ash now have a chance to fall like sand. Have a chance to fall? Weird. Is that how it currently is? World update rate has been reduced slightly. Water now evaporates when it reaches the underworld. Yeah. Although, debate on this one, because, like, I don't know, how do you implement something like this improperly? Like, I don't understand how it's implemented in the game where it only sometimes works. Like, the way water works when it reaches the underworld feels so inconsistent. You would think that, like, just once water enters it, just fucking delete it, you know? But they have it on, like, a delete it over time sort of meme. But because, like, the water and liquids are all handled in, like, an entirely different loop than the rest of the game. An entirely different process, an entirely different thread, if you want to go into the technical details. What it means is that when you usually have large amounts of fluid entering the underworld, it just takes like an absolute decade for all of it to evaporate, which means like seemingly nothing is happening for the majority of time when water enters the underworld, which can be kind of annoying. Slowed the rate of plant growth. For what reason? Nobody knows. Hardcore is now an option when creating a new player. 0 out of 10 feature. Hardcore is such an offense on the player's existence that it never should have been introduced. Okay. I'm fucking scared because my microphone stand just creaked slightly when I moved it, and now I'm afraid it's gonna fall apart live on stream. Never play Terraria Hardcore. I know that some people think it's fun. Like, you have to be insane to play something like Path of Exile Hardcore, because Path of Exile is, like, an abundantly awful game for Hardcore. There are so many things that just instantly kill you, and in fact, the majority of things that kill you in Path of Exile are going to, like, one-tap, you're dead. Whereas something like D2 is not the worst thing in the world, because, like, everything is much slower in D2 from memory. I've definitely watched a lot more D2 than I have played D2, but things move so much slower, and you can actually dodge in D2, and there's, like, no damage that comes out of nowhere like it does in Path of Exile. Like, Path of Exile has so many on-death effects. Like, one of the most noteworthy ones is Corrupted Blood. There's a specific type of enemy. Well, it's a specific type of modifier that you can have on enemies, that when you kill them, they give Corrupted Blood. I'm not sure how much damage the Corrupted Blood does, because sometimes the Corrupted Blood is completely inert. It must be based on, like, the enemy's max HP or something. I don't know. But, yeah, like, because, especially in the later game of Path of Exile, you're typically, like, one-tapping enemies. At least, like, white mobs and blue mobs. Maybe rares are a little bit tankier, but you're gonna be one-tapping most things. And if you just one-tap an entire fucking squad of blue mobs, and they put, like, 20 stacks of Corrupted Blood on you, like, that can instantly fucking kill you with, like, basically no warning. Which is why the meta of Path of Exile is to have constant flask uptime, and always have a flask that has removal of, bleed on it, because Corrupted Blood is a type of bleed. It's needlessly complicated. But anyways, things like that make Path of Exile a horrible game for hardcore. I still play it, but it is horrible. Terraria is on an entirely different level, though, because at least Path of Exile gives you ways out of those situations, and, like, there are wildly different levels of offensive versus defensive in Path of Exile, and you can make, like, incredibly fucking tanky and durable characters in Path of Exile. Terraria, you don't really have that option most of the time. Like, so much of Terraria's progression is completely gated by random chance, based on the accessories you get, and whether those accessories have defensive modifiers on them. Like, the warding modifier is so critical, and especially so in hardcore, where when you die, the game is over. But you have basically no say in that, and especially in the early game, you have literally no say in that, because it's all random chance, and you have no way of controlling it. It's just bad. Like, I don't understand the mindset of people who would have fun doing something like Terraria Hardcore. Like, I just could not get past the frustration of dying when there's literally nothing you could do, dude. You either play the game incredibly slowly, which I imagine is how most hardcore playthroughs go, is just unbelievably slowly, like, super over-preparing for literally everything, but then at some point, it doesn't even matter, because you're thrown into, like, hard mode, and all of a sudden, there's, like, a fucking solar eclipse. Like, what do? You just die. Like, you actually just die. I don't get it. Anyways. Never play Terraria Hardcore, like, actually. I might actually have to, like, take a break and get a fucking bottle of water at some point. As I am out. Underground Jungle now has its own music track. Flavor out of 10. Vines that refuse to grow longer than 1 tile in length while underwater will now grow correctly. Pot graphic was brightened to make it more visible. Sure. Plants growing out of clay pot can no longer be cut with a weapon. The new alchemy plants can be grown in these pots. Cool. Gems, ore, and gold chests now have a sparkle effect. A very, very small one. Giant glowing mushrooms will now grow back over time. The player now starts out with a copper short sword. What did you used to start out with? I think you used to just have a copper pickaxe. And if you threw that away, well, there was no trash can in the game at this point. But if you just, like, dropped it on the ground, you literally couldn't play the game anymore. Which is hilarious. Like, I think they did something to stop that, right? Like, I think in modern Terraria, if you, like, throw away your only pickaxe or something, doesn't the guide, like, give you one or something? I don't know. But surely they did something to make it so you can't just immediately softlock yourself for a meme. I don't know. Dungeon bricks and walls have had their brightness reduced. Okay. Upon death, a more specific death message will appear for other players so they know how you died. 10 out of 10 feature. Crafting and armor interface text will fade out when an item tooltip is in front of it. Yeah, okay. Hotbar now shows the name of the selected item. Okay. PvP, I don't care. Added hotkeys for quick heal, quick mana, and quick buff. 10 out of 10 feature. Defense totals are now shown in your inventory. I can't believe that wasn't the default. Tweak the way sand is created during world gen. Oh, who would have thought? Requires a new world. Oceans are now slightly larger. Again, who would have thought? Cactus now grows on sand. Coral now grows in the ocean. Chests can now spawn near the surface of the world. Yeah, so this was also the surface chest one, which I figured as such, given there were things like the spear and the blowpipe added. Wooden boomerang. Chests and pots now contain loot based on the level they spawn in. Gold chests will now spawn in some parts of the world. Huh? Well, I guess it was just wooden chests before? I don't know. Corrupt chasms. I was just like, I don't know. That struck me as such a surprise, because I thought it was always golden chests underground, but I guess I'm misremembering. Corrupt chasms have less chance of spawning on jungles. That should literally just be made impossible. I fucking hate it when your biomes just overlap each other so that you get, like, a very shitty biome experience for both of those biomes. Traces of Demonite are created during World Gen. It's just a flavor feature out of 10. Surface jungles have been enlarged and will override deserts again. Why? Why? Alright. Cool. Nurse now charges the correct amount for healing. 10 out of 10 feature. That's 1.0.5 actually had a decent amount of things to talk about. Moving on. 1.0.6. Oh, look at that, dude. This is official. Official Terraria Relogic copywritten image right here. Do not steal OC. I wonder what font they used. It's a very, very ugly font. This actually looks like a fucking meme. Like, does not feel official at all. The 1.0.6 patch was a large update in terms of new mechanics and balancing. It also added a lot of decorative and some functional furniture. Cool. The majority of building stuff in Terraria I will completely ignore because building just... don't get me started, dude. I just don't have any enjoyment out of building in a 2D game. It's not the fun of Terraria to me. Critical hits! I can't believe critical hits weren't a thing. 10 out of 10. I have a very biased rating system towards 10 out of 10, if you haven't noticed. Damage types. Damage is now separated into melee. Oh, wow. Yeah, 10 out of 10. Can't believe damage types weren't a thing. Though, I don't... Just... Whenever the chance is offered for me to talk about how shitty the defenses are in Terraria, I jump at it. Why aren't there damage types for incoming damage as well? It's just something to make defense more interesting. Trash can slot, genuine 10 out of 10. As opposed to all those fake 10 out of 10s before it. There's now a loot all, deposit all, and quick stack button. Holy shit. This is the quality of life update. Hotbar slots now show their respective shortcut keys. Right-clicking on an accessory will auto-equip it. It is no longer possible to drop items through the spaces between the inventory slots. That's funny. Sub-tools will now give you an idea in their tooltip of what they can mine. Okay. There are now 4 ammo slots. Wow, this added, like, all of the quality of life in one update. Hotbar slots that have ranged weapon in them will also show the current... Yep. It's pretty cool. There's now a lock toggle in your inventory. Yeah, it's, like, my favorite feature, because it's so fucking annoying when you're just playing the game and you accidentally click on your hotbar and select a different weapon. Hotkeys can now be used to change selected item when the inventory is open. I didn't actually ever know that. No, I probably did that on accident a few times, and then was like, oh, that's cool, but never actually took advantage of it. Shops now sell items back to you. Shift-clicking automatically sells them. You can now clear and cancel your chat messages by pressing escape. Okay. There's now a hotkey to use the grappling hook. Wow, I forgot that you actually, at some point in the game, had to have your grappling hook on hotbar to use it. Can we all take a second to think about how awful that is? You actually had to scroll over to your grappling hook if you wanted to use it. Yeah, that just, this one change makes grappling hooks actually usable, so thank you for that one. You now regenerate health depending on the last time you received damage. Very good, very nice. Like, straight up, every game that has health as a mechanic... No, okay, I'm, like, blowing this out of proportions. If you have a game like this, just like a standard, you know, action sort of meme, where you can get health potions, I can't genericize it as much as I want, because there are obvious reasons in some games why they don't have health regeneration. But if you think about your game, and you think of the concept of very small health regeneration, or health regeneration out of combat, is strictly a positive and only a quality of life thing, just add it. It's like... It's so annoying to have to, like, use a consumable item when you're, like, 20 HP down just because you want to be back at full HP. Especially if there are actually reasons to be at full HP. Like, special buffs you get. Mana now recharges, depending on how much you have in your mana pool. The more you currently have, the faster it recharges. You also recharge faster when standing still compared to when moving. I guess I never really knew the way mana recharging worked. I didn't think it was based on you get more mana for not using that much mana. That's... Huh. I don't know what I think about this. Like, I feel like it should be inverted so that mana regeneration is faster when you have 0 mana and it's harder to get up to full. But there's no real way that Terraria takes advantage of that. Like, there aren't any magic weapons that actually consume an entire full bar of mana. Because that's the only way you could really balance that in an interesting way. But it's weird the way they have it set up. So that means that, like, they incentivize, or at least it is slightly advantageous if you just use, like, one cast of a magic weapon every now and then, because your mana will quickly regenerate back up, since you didn't use that much. It's weird. I'm not entirely sure how I like this balancing. I think it could be interesting, but especially when the game is, like, designed around kind of classing yourself and making yourself either I'm going to be, like, the magic guy, or the ranged guy, or the melee guy, or the fucking throwing weapon guy. I feel like this kind of just, again, takes away from people who pick magic. Because, like, as someone who uses magic weapons, you are going to be using all of your mana when appropriate, which, I don't know. Like, maybe I should just control myself more and use a little bit less at a time. I don't know. It seems like a weird way of doing it. I'm not saying it's bad, but I don't think it particularly works with the rest of design of Terraria. So, yeah, I don't know. Okay, so this is also when they added softcore, mediumcore, and hardcore. Again, just never play on hardcore, please. Mediumcore, just never play mediumcore either, because if you're going to play mediumcore, just play softcore. So what I'm saying is only play Terraria softcore, basically. Placing background walls is more simple, as one-block holes are automatically filled in. Dude, this shit happened so much longer ago than I thought it did. Like, good lord. I didn't realize how far ago this update took place. I thought that these were, like, I don't know, not recent changes, but I guess there really haven't been that many updates to Terraria past, like, the first year of its development. Like, 2011, it was just bam, 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 bam. Terraria update after Terraria update, and then there was, like, huge pauses, and then you get something like 1.3, or, you know, 1.2, 1.1, obviously, the bigger updates. But, and then you get the disappointment that was 1.4. Anyways, yeah, they were pumping out updates very quickly for a while. Added 19 new and zany hairstyles. You can now choose to have male or female... femoid. Sorry, I just can't speak English. Female character voices. When you change your hairstyle, you may now right-click to cycle backwards. Added several new randomized game subtitle captions. Okay. I don't think I care about any of those other changes. Speaking of which, we have moved from new features to changes! Let's see how upset I'm going to be by the things that are in this list. Price of glow sticks has been reduced, and also they give off more light. That's a very weird thing to combine into one update thing. Like, we've come so far from listing 3 separate bullet points for they changed the graphics of armor to now 2 entirely, I mean, related, but fairly separated ideas are put in the same bullet point. Coins now leave a sparkle trail. Very cool. Are any of these changes actually meaningful? Grappling hooks and ivy whips can no longer be spam shot. Probably a pretty important change, honestly. So I guess those were the only 2 grappling hooks in the game, currently. I do remember ivy whip just being, like, the only other grappling hook. So that adds up. Checks out. Suspicious looking eyes will sometimes be found in chests. 10 out of 10. Love it. Like I said, the more often you get to fight the bosses, the more fun the game is, because that's the only real enjoyable part. Flamelash, Sun Fury, and Flower of Fire are no longer dropped. They were found in Shadow Chest. This is also the Shadow Chest update. I see. Dark Lance used to just be in Golden Chest. That's funny. Forgot about that one. Okay. This goes into Tedium tier. Hellstone no longer produces light and is rare. It also now spawns lava when mined. I've always hated the change that they made to Hellstone. Like, Hellstone isn't even that good. Like, the only reason to get it is because it's defense, and, like, defense is the most important stat in Terraria, but it's just annoying. Like, Hell has gotten infinitely more annoying than even the jungle. Especially preparing for a Wall of Flesh fight. It's so fucking awful in Hell. Which I guess makes sense, so, you know, whatever, but... Yeah, not the biggest fan of the lava spawning. It just means you basically have to make a obsidian skin, and they also nerfed obsidian skin. Or is that a Calamity thing? I think that's a vanilla thing, that they nerfed obsidian skin. and made it, No, it's definitely a Calamity change, the more I think about it. In Calamity, Obsidian Skin just offers, like, the Lava Waiter effect, or Lava Charm effect is the first iteration of that item, where, you get, like, a few seconds where you can stand in lava. It's probably more balanced than the vanilla form of Obsidian Skin, but still, just, like, why make Hellstone mining more annoying than it already is? Cacti no longer cause knockback! Oh my god, I forgot about that! I had completely forgotten that walking through the desert, you had to, like, constantly take fucking damage because the cacti hurt you and wouldn't let you walk through them with the current ease of access that modern deserts have. So you just have to, like, chop them all down. It was so fucking annoying. Healing potions now heal for less, and they give the potion sickness debuff. That's, like, the most important thing they've done to health and healing potions. Flails now have a different mechanic. They do not return until you release the mouse button and can be swung around by moving. This will change again in the future, but flails will still always be garbage. All placed background walls are now suitable. Okay, yep. The following armor have had their stats changed to suit various playing styles. So I'm assuming it's talking about the fact that they probably, in this update, gave Meteor Armor the melee bonuses. Or sorry, Meteor Armor the magic bonuses, Molten Armor the melee bonuses, Shadow Armor the ranged bonuses, Necro Armor also the ranged bonuses, and Jungle Armor also the magic bonuses. I believe, is how it went down. What does modern Necro Armor do? Is it still ranged? Yeah, it's still ranged. So what is Shadow Armor? What is it? Oh no, this is melee. Oh, fucking movement speed? What? Hello? It is also melee though. Yeah, okay, I was confusing Shadow Armor with, I think, a Calamity armor set. Flower of Fire now does more damage, costs more mana. Band of Star Power adds 20 mana, no longer adds mana regen. Honestly, kinda... Well, I don't know. I was going to say kinda garbage tier, but now that I know that mana regen is based on your current mana level, I guess by increasing maximum mana, it also kind of increases mana regen. I've just never really experimented with magic since I didn't really know that's how the regen worked on it. Orb of Light now moves slower, emits 35% less light, and is now listed as a buff that you can remove if you so desire, and now also know its remaining duration. Weird that it ever had a duration. But also, why nerf it? Like, just, I don't know. The Orb of Light is absolutely useless. Both the Orb of Light and the Crimson version of the Light Pet do nothing to help you see. It's actually, like, basically just a vanity item with how garbage it is. Magic Missile is now quicker and is launched when you release the button, rather than disappearing. Flame Lash is launched, same as Magic Missile. Meteor and Molten Armor no longer glow. Probably appropriate. Star Fury, who cares? Mini Shark now, who cares? These are, like, very negligible balance changes. And, like, I don't even get to see what the balance change is, because it just says more damage. Like, I have no sort of reference point for that. Mana bar is now blue! Okay. Thank you. More gems spawn in the underground jungle. Okay. Actually never knew that, but okay. Underworld houses spawn differently. I don't think any of these remaining things actually mean anything. Yeah, okay. Cool. That is, that's 1.0.6, everybody. With the addition of 1.0.6.1, is there any reason I actually... There must have been some reason I kept this one. I think the only reason I kept this one is because I don't like the sawmill. I think I kept this patch note just to talk about the fact that there are far too many, not only crafting recipes in Terraria, not only are there far too many crafting materials in Terraria, there are way too many crafting stations in Terraria. Like, why on earth do they think it's a good idea that you need to walk all over the fucking place just to craft items in the game? Like, just fucking make it one. Just one item. Just the ultimate crafting lexicon. Just give me one item that I can stand by to craft things, please. I don't need all these, like, hundreds of useless furniture items just to craft things. I hate it. Oh shit, this is the big 1.1 patch. I think I need to take this as an opportunity to get more water, or I will actually not have a throat by the end of this. So give me a few seconds to grab some water real quick. Howdy. I'm back. What'd I miss? Oh, fuck. I'm really back. What'd I miss? Alright. Don't make fun of me. For anyone who's going to make fun of me for constantly using a blanket while I sit in a chair, if you've never had a blanket while sitting on a leather chair, 10 out of 10 quality of life patch note right there. Makes it infinitely more comfortable to sit on. Alright. The 1.1 patch was the largest update to date in terms of new content before the 1.2 update. Okay, you don't need to reiterate before the 1.2 update. You have said to date already in the same sentence. It introduced hard mode, the wall of flesh, and the mechanical bosses. Already 10 out of 10. Just the more bosses. Well, okay, I have a lot to say on wall of flesh actually. Which, you know, maybe I should save that kind of stuff for if I do a boss tier list. Should I go? You know what? Fucking... Let me take a quick detour here. Microscopic detour to turn this off, and I want to just go to Tier Maker and see how good the options are for a boss tier list. Terraria bosses all. How all do they mean? Is this up to date? Yeah, this is up to date. It's so up to date that I actually haven't fought some of these. Although, it's missing some, isn't it? I'm looking into it. I know you can't see this. It's missing the queen slime, right? Am I losing it here? Anybody else see a queen slime? I don't. I don't see a queen slime anywhere. Am I actually blind? I'm looking so in-depth here. No, I think they just forgot to add it. And there's also a lot of things I wouldn't consider a boss, and also some things that are not even in the desktop version of the game. Like, they included this lady, so obviously it has the Journey's End stuff. Oh no! No, it doesn't have Journey's End stuff! This is the Ice Queen, not the fucking Light Queen, or whatever that bitch is. Alright, maybe I... But also, who cares about the 1.4 bosses? I haven't fought the one that people say is good. I haven't fought the Maiden of Light, or whatever her name is. But I fought the Queen Slime multiple times, and that boss fight is bad. Is there... You know what, let's see what happens if I just search Terraria. Apparently this website is bad. Because okay, it's loading. Oh, there you go. Just very, very slow. Okay, that's a much better boss list, first and foremost. Oh god. Terraria NPC tier list? I don't think anyone cares. There's a Calamity Bosses tier list as well. That seems like a more interesting one for me, honestly. Although I would have to, like, look up what some of the fights are again, because I kind of forget. Oh, dude, this is perfect for what I'm doing today. There's a Terraria updates tier list. That's hilarious. I should go through and find the ones that we've already done. Although this honestly seems horrible because first off, the tier list is upside down and the bad things are at the top. And secondly, it lists multiple updates multiple times. Never mind. That is no longer a good idea. It would have been a good idea, but they just implemented it poorly. Terraria hard mode weapons. That's the kind of shit I'm looking for. Although this one has better assets, so maybe it's a better tier list. Nah, they're about the same in quality, honestly. All right. Yeah, okay, that seems fun. Maybe I'll try and speed things up so we can get over to there. But I've got some things to talk about with these updates, dude. All right, did I fix it? Is everything appropriate? Everything's in its right place? What's the I know there's like a saying in another language. It's like everything has its place. That's my motto. Okay. This is, looks like also, like, the introduction of the Terraria version of Redstone. Like, the wires and stuff. Like, I've obviously seen some pretty neat stuff with the Terraria wire mechanisms, but there's just, like, far less interesting things you can do with it. Like, all of the Terraria wire stuff is more or less just, like, vanity, or just, like, doing something cool because it's cool. Like, very little Terraria wire stuff is actually functional. Teleports and, like, traps. Those are the only two, like, functional things you can do with Terraria's wire mechanisms. I guess, like, yeah, like, I was going to say, like, you can make, like, doors and trapdoors with the activatable blocks and stuff, but I don't really call that... I don't really call that functional. Maybe that's just me. But, like, Minecraft Redstone is way more interesting, because there's so much more you can do with the actual game with them. Alright, statues? Literally nobody cares. Like, the fact that they added so many statues... I get it for the statues that actually have functionality, because there are some statues that also, yeah, that's an additional functionality to wires. It's statues, traps, Battlescar Galactica. Battlescar Galactica. Almost got the joke out. But, like, the only real statues that actually matter is the mana and heart one. Alright. Features. Dryad will now tell you percentage of corruption versus hollow. Nobody has ever cared. The Wizard, Mechanic, and Goblin Tinkerer have been added. I rate these do I have the NPC tier list up? No. No. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll just rate them now. Wizard, does it sell mana potions in the current version? Yeah, it does. Wizard is, like, the only actual required. No, that's not true. Goblin Tinkerer, SS tier. Wizard, S tier. Mechanic, fucking failed out of 3rd grade tier. Tools and accessories such as the copper pickaxe and the shackle now have various attributes assigned to them. These will okay, so they added modifiers is what they're saying. All NPCs now have randomly generated names. Nope, 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 don't care. Add 39 statues, like genuinely negative tier, just adding item bloat for no good reason. Like, the majority of the statues do absolutely nothing. 4 new armor sets, Cobalt, Adamantite, Mithril, and Hallowed Armor. Yeah, it's just additional progression. I do kind of despise that they doubled down and added 3 more sets of armors that you have to mine for. And in the original iteration of these armor sets, I thought that didn't Hollowed Armor used to be you combining like all 3 of the Cobalt, Adamant, and Mithril? First off, it's really bugging me that they put Adamant in the middle instead of Mithril. But secondly, yeah, I think that Hollowed Armor used to be you combining all 3 different rarities or like tiers of the armor. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I'm pretty sure at some point in the game you actually had to make the full armor sets for every single tier, which was nasty. Not in a good way, like it was like ill, and not in like a cool sorry, I do that joke too often. Maybe not often enough. There are 21 new accessories. Thank you for not telling me where. I guess I have to go up here if I wanted to find it. Fuck it. Who cares? They're cool. I give that a thumbs up. More accessories is a big thumbs up for me. Some accessories now can be combined. Also, big thumb up. Colored torches can now be crafted from gems and torches. It's a thumb sideways, but slightly downwards. Added mannequin that are crafted out of wood. Yeah, you know, actually, that's a thumb sideways and slightly up. Added the wrench to place wires. Why do you need, like, I know in the modern version of Terraria, you can combine, like, all of the wire things into one item. That's how it should have been at the start. Like, why did, they had, like, 3 or 4 separate items that you need just to interact with the wires. It was gross for no reason. Dropping the guide voodoo doll in lava in the underworld while the guide is alive will summon the wall of flesh and kill the guide. New smooth colored light. I was really expecting hard mode to be followed by this one, but I guess not. Be aware though, using any other lighting modes than retro will cut off 17 blocks on each side of the map. What? Okay. Sure. Added automatic graphic quality, who cares? Above ground tunnels may now be created during world generation. I can't believe that wasn't in vanilla from, like, day 1. Smashing demon altars with the Pwn Hammer. We'll never let that one die, huh? Will cause Cobalt, Adamantite, and Mithril ore. Still hate the ordering of these to appear in the world. Defeating the Wall of Flesh will now activate hard mode. Harder enemies will spawn, and the corruption's rate of speed will be greatly increased. It will also be able to spread through everything apart from the hollow. That's not even true, is it? I don't even think that's true. Like, there are some blocks that can't be... Maybe this is why I had so many difficulties trying to save my desert from the corruption in my Journey's End playthrough. I knew that the speed increased once you entered hard mode, and I knew that it spread, like, more virulently than pre-hard mode, but I don't know what it means by it's able to spread through everything. That's, sort of up to interpretation, the way that's phrased. Anyways, like, yeah, hard mode is mostly strictly good, but everything surrounding the corruption in Crimson, I absolutely despise. Like, the way it's currently implemented in the game is just unfun. I wish, especially with the Journey's End edition with the teleporters, I wish it wasn't as tedious as it is to try and contain a biome without any sort of affiliation with Corruption, Crimson, or Hollowed, because that also fucks up your teleporters. Like, I've talked about it before, but the old way that I'm pretty sure most people would play Terraria is, as soon as you go into hard mode, you just buy some, hollowed seeds, and just start planting them all around your main base so that the Corruption can't spawn to your main base. Because NPCs can still move into a house that has Hollowed around it, but they will not move into a house that has Corruption and Crimson around it. So putting Hollowed shit all around your house just made it so you didn't have to deal with the tedium of your NPCs leaving all the time. The issue is, with Journey's End, they made it strictly impossible to spread hollow and still use the teleporter mechanic, because if you want to spread hollow around every single one of your bases are just considered the hollowed biome. Even if it's a hollowed desert, it doesn't count as a desert, it only counts as hollowed. Even if it's a fucking snow biome, but there's 2 blocks of hollowed ice next to it, that counts as a hollowed biome, not a snow biome. So, just miserable implementation, honestly. It's only exists to make things tedious. There's a new biome, the Hollow, that will be created when the Wall of Flesh is defeated and when hard mode is activated. No real issue there. Except sometimes, so when you defeat the Wall of Flesh, it creates additional, they're diagonal lines of, Corruption underground and Hollowed underground. Sometimes those diagonal lines completely destroy biomes. If it's placed over, a jungle, your jungle is just dead. You do not have a jungle anymore. Because, I still can't remember if Corruption, takes over mud blocks, but I definitely, sometime in the past, have had a jungle, completely ripped away from me by Corruption. Alright, when nearing the top of the world, the player will now leave the atmosphere and is less affected by gravity. Honestly, one of the worst changes they've added to the game, because it makes boss fights more annoying in the late game. Particularly in Calamity, and particularly when playing in a small world. I love playing in small worlds because it makes the early game progression faster. One of my biggest things about Terraria is wanting to get through the early game as soon as possible, because the late game is way more fun. But when you play in a small world, the late game is kind of punished because you have less space for boss fights. Especially, the Providence fight, I think, is the Calamity boss fight. It's, my favorite Calamity boss fight. But, fighting, the Wall of Flesh, too. Oh my god. The Wall of Flesh on death mode in a small world took so much fucking effort just to be able to, fight the boss normally. Because, the way hell spawns in a small world is that oftentimes those towers that spawn in go all the way from the bottom of the world to the top of, where hell begins. So you literally are just constantly overwhelmed with roadblocks, and it just makes the fight so tedious. And even when you destroy those roadblocks, it's because the floor of hell is so close to the ceiling of hell, you can't even really dodge that easily. Basically what I'm saying is, if you're gonna play Calamity Death Mode, do not pick a small world. Especially, some of the later sky bosses, the fucking worm that you have to fight in the sky. You literally have, 30 blocks of space where you can fly in the sky and not enrage the boss, but also not go too high so as to enter space and make it impossible for yourself to dodge. Yeah, don't like that change so much. Alright. Changes. Fairly small changes list. That's what I like to see. Bunnies, birds, and goldfish can now be damaged by players' attacks? What was it before? They were just invincible? That's weird. Star Cannon shoots faster. I have no reference point for how fast it shot before, but okay. Sand Gun does more damage, shoots faster. It's still an impossible weapon to use, because it just makes your world dirty. Blowpipe listed as ranged. Yeah, it's appropriate. Goblins no longer drop rocket boots during an invasion. Instead, they're sold by the Goblin Tinkerer, who can be rescued underground after the player has defeated the Goblin army. I'm mixed on this one. Honestly, I don't really like the NPCs that you have to find underground. Like, I've always kind of disliked that mechanic, because it's just random. You can force it, like, there are ways of forcing it by, like, if you really need the Goblin Tinkerer to show up, you literally just, like, fall down your elevator, and then use your magic mirror if you don't see him on the way down. Eventually, he will spawn in. If you want to, you can take, like, a pit stop in, like, the cave area and look around. But just like going back to the surface and falling down over and over again does eventually get you him. And same thing for the wizard. Mechanic is basically impossible to miss in the dungeon, but I don't know, it just seems like a weird mechanic. Like, why doesn't the goblin dude just show up after you destroy a goblin invasion? It's just like weird flavor stuff that... I mean, I guess it, like, incentivizes exploration a little bit more, but I don't know. For such a required item, too required, and the NPC is pretty required, I don't think you can really afford to risk something on flavor. Like, it's a very, very important NPC, because you need him for modifying, you need him for the tinkering station, and you need him for the rocket boots. You should have a grappling hook by this point. But at this point in the game, they didn't have the gem grappling hooks. So you sometimes would go through the entire game up to the point where you find the Goblin Tinkerer and still not have a grappling hook and actually have to buy one from him. Boomerangs are listed as melee. It's weird. But there should be ranged melee. Same thing as Path of Exile, right? Constantly bringing things back to Path of Exile, because it's you know, it's something I'm familiar with, and it's good to, I guess, better illuminate my points with a separate argument. But, the way the game is structured, melee is just, like, non-feasible. So you either make the melee weapons so fucking massive that they occupy as much of screen space as, like, a ranged weapon would anyways. That's what Path of Exile does about it. Or you just make melee weapons that actually are ranged. Like the boomerang and, like, most late-game swords are either huge, like the, what is that, like, lava flail whip thing that you get from the lunar event? It's just massive, and then additionally, like, the swords, like the late-game swords, all shoot something out as well, and, like, the other thing you get from the melee lunar event is just, like, spears. Like, how is that melee? No one knows, you're fucking throwing them, but they count as melee. As they should, because, like, you just can't do legitimate melee, in Terraria. It's not viable. The bosses move way too quickly and erratically. You just can't get close enough to them. Like, so many of the bosses just move absurdly faster than you as a character that if you really need to get within, like, melee range for, like, your fucking 10-pixel long sword, you're never going to win the boss fight. Crafting requirements for Molten Armor and Jungle Armor have been reduced. No issues there. Dynamites, bombs, and grenades have had their stack limit raised to 5, 50, and 99. 5 for dynamite? Really? That's so pathetic. But grenades should definitely be like 99 or higher. Like, no reason not to. Yeah, I don't even know why they care about limiting the stack size. That's just, like, tedious. I don't know. All inventory management in Terraria is tedious. Just make every stack size infinite. Who cares? Made several lighting and display optimizations? No. Why? Fixed a problem, fixed a bug? Why are these not called bug fixes? Going through these patch notes is actually more hellish than playing 1.0 Terraria. Added a limit to how often... Reduce the amount... server stuff, remove the... Okay. Cacti no longer damage players. Thank you. There you go. It's 1.1. I mean, it added hard mode. This is, like, the biggest leap towards modern Terraria. Yeah, this is, like, straight up just the biggest leap towards modern Terraria. Mechanical boss fights are still some of the most fun boss fights in the game. No real issue. Pretty much everything was positive. Christmas-themed 1.1.1 patch included a new snow biome, snowman NPC, and presents. Oh, so they did add the Frost Legion, too. Okay. But, like, what? Is this different than... Oh, the Frost Legion is different than the... I don't think I've ever done this event. What the fuck is this? What? The Frost Legion must be summoned using the snow globe. Oh no, I have done this like once, because you get the Santa... You get the Santa NPC, don't you? Yeah. I've literally only experienced this once. I don't know, it's like fun and quirky. Fun and quirky, it doesn't really affect the game at all. Reduce the amount of RAM needed to run Terraria. How much dedicated WAM did it take? Improve the automatic game quality adjuster. Spears can no longer have modifiers that affect size? Why? Lighting update. Is this really Terraria music we're still listening to? This is Overworld Day? Since when? I've never heard this song. This is a fake Terraria song. This is not my Overworld Day. Lighting update. Okay. Waterbolt can now have conditions? Did they mean to say modifiers? What? What? Mana Flower's price has now been increased? Whatever. Cursed torch item now emits light and water? Whatever. Okay. Why is this not a bug fix? Nobody knows. Wyverns are less common. It will be... Okay, who cares? Basically, Santa update. I give it Santa out of 10. 1.2. That was a quick jump. I skipped 1.1.2, which, is translations. Okay. That makes sense. Massive amount of new features, as well as balances to hard mode gameplay. That's what you like to see. Bug fixes at the top in this one. Like I said, just the least consistency I've ever seen in patch notes. Sure, I will scroll down to mechanics and gameplay, which is an entirely new category. Enemies now have a health bar. Forgot that used to not be the case. There is now a map, minimap, and overlay that only shows tiles at the brightest... Yeah, the map, I honestly really hate the way the map is implemented. Why is the map, like, affected by brightness? Like, the way they should have done it is... Because, like, the way the map works is it... From the start of the game... Like, you just have a full map of your world. It's just all at darkness level 0. Or, I guess, brightness level 0. Darkness level infinite. And the way they have it is just, like... It all starts at brightness 0, but then as you see the blocks at brighter brightnesses, it updates it. I would have rather had it if it just, like... yeah, you know, obviously you should have like a fog of war so that you don't have your full map revealed at the start of the game, but it should just act like fog of war. Like, I wish there was just one brightness. It would either be, well, I guess two brightnesses, either unrevealed or revealed. Because I hate how fucking muddy the map looks with all the varying brightnesses on things. Like, just make it consistent. I don't really like the current Terraria map. The map can be toggled, who cares? M has been remapped for... J is now the... Oh, I guess mana used to be on M. Okay, I see. There is now an... First off, the hotkeys make no sense. Obviously, yeah, M for mana, H for health, and I think it was B for buff, but like, those are hotkeys made by someone who has never used those hotkeys. Like, why are they so far away from where your hand rests while playing the game? First thing I do, always, while playing Terraria is rebind healing on F. I think I usually have mana on R, and I don't care about the buffing hotkey, because it's not important. But, yeah, just awful defaults on those hotkeys. There is now an extended crafting menu, also, like, one of the best features they've added for quality of life. Very good. Some of the items now stacked to 999. Very good. New backgrounds, whatever. Character slots have been increased to 1,000? What the fuck? I didn't actually know that these went that high. That's insane. It's weird that there is a limit on that, though. Like, you would think it's just infinite and reads from a file, but whatever. Starting female clothes have been modified. There are several new hairstyles. Character creation has been remodeled. Chest sizes have been doubled. Are we still talking about the character creator? No, but that's actually a pretty good, nice quality of life. I can't imagine, like, the way Terraria chests currently are feel pretty small. I can't imagine them having half of their current size. That's ridiculous. Inventory space has been increased by 10. I honestly never knew that they increased inventory size in a Terraria update. But, you know, makes the inventory slightly more manageable, I guess. No longer need to jump to ascend single blocks, also pretty nice for Hermes boots, especially. Although it's a little bit janky, and sometimes you lose your Hermes boot speed anyways. Hammer is now used for... Yeah, they just changed the way the hammer functions, and pickaxe is normalized for every sort of block destruction. Except the demon altars, obviously. Axe is now only used for chopping down trees. It still doesn't even make sense why the axe is in the game. It should also probably just be the pickaxe, but whatever. Pickaxes will now only remove... Okay, whatever, I've been doing this for an hour and 50 minutes. My reading comprehension is severely dropped in the past 10. You can now paint. Sure. Aw, dude, dye slots! It's like the biggest flex out of 10 feature they've ever added. I love the dyes. Although I wish, I don't know, some of the dyes... In fact, like, a lot of the dyes don't really work that well. Like, they allow you to put dyes on, like, your pets and your minecart and everything, but, like, a lot of the dyes don't really work so well. Like, I know they're just shaders, and they didn't really take too much effort to make separate shaders for, like, the pets and stuff, but the shaders don't really work so well on certain things. You will now start with 20 mana! Makes the magic mirror infinitely more approachable. You can now craft early game magic robes and staffs. This did, like, way more for early game magic than I remembered. Although I think the early game magic staffs are still pretty ass tier, so who cares. Mana crystals now only require 5, down from 10. Just you wait, buddy, that's dropping another 2. If water touches a half tile, it'll create a waterfall. Pretty out of 10 feature. World has a chance to get... Okay, here we go. I was waiting for this one. Your world has a chance to get alternative ore as a replacement for copper, iron, silver, or gold. Why? Why? I will never understand this feature. Like, it does nothing. Like, why spend any development time on something like this? It functionally doesn't change anything about the game, except it requires you to, like, learn what different ores look like again. Which is, like, how is that fun? Like, it's already kind of fucking tedious having to find the difference between, mithril, what's the high tier hard mode ore that's also whitish? It's mithril. It's not. Wait, is it titanium? I think it is titanium. I was thinking titanium was the same as adamantite, but they're very different words. Mithril, titanium, silver, tungsten, all the same. All the same ore. Literally no difference between them. Your world has a chance to have replacement for the corruption. Crimson is actually, like, a meaningful change. My biggest issue with it, like, still, why? Why is it possible as, like, a replacement? Just have both. Like, why are you just arbitrarily taking away content, and if you want to access said content, you just have to make another world for it? It's so weird. I don't understand. Like, there are pretty major differences whether you have a Corruption or Crimson world. Like, Vampire Knives versus the Piranha Gun is a pretty meaningful change. As well as, like, there's the difference in item drops from the Corruption Mimic versus the Crimson Mimic are also pretty different. So, yeah, I don't know. Why? Why not just have both? Very, very strange. Don't understand. Your world has a chance to get alternative... Yeah, no, you should have kept that on the same line as this one. But thank you. World has a rare chance to have a pyramid or living tree spawn during world generation, each containing their own loot table. I mean, that's... I don't know. On the one hand, it's just fun flavor, but on the other hand, is it just a Calamity thing that the, I think it's just a Calamity thing that the carpet is actually, like, a required item. But also in Calamity, the carpet has a crafting recipe, so it's forgiven. Yeah, I don't know. For vanilla Terraria, if you, like, actually cared about making, like, the triple... Yeah, I guess it's a quadruple jump. I was gonna say triple jump, but if you care about making the quadruple jump balloon, then having the pyramid be very rare is just tedious. Whatever. Who cares, though? It's just, whatever. Whatever. I'm just always against things that require you to make a new world if you want a specific item, and Terraria kind of doubled down on that for a little bit. There's a new hard mode jungle temple. Yeah, that's the... What's the name of the boss? Who is he? What is... NPC? What? Where do they list the boss? They don't... I guess it must be somewhere down in changes, but I forget the name of the boss that's in the jungle temple. Is it just like Sun Lord? Who knows? Opposite of Moon Lord? There are now several... Okay, don't care. Water will now change color. Meaningless. Ropes are now found early game. Like, honestly, 10 out of 10 quality of life. Chains can now be placed and used as a rope. Just weird, but sure. Mushroom/grass seeds can now grow and spread above ground. Alrighty. There are now 3 colors for wires. Pretty important if you actually care about that kind of thing, but I don't. Actuators, also important for wire memes. There is 1 new liquid type that can be found in the jungle. Why are you being ambiguous about it? Like, I guess it's talking about honey, but why are you being sneaky in the patch notes? Like, these are the patch notes. You're just supposed to say what the change is. Why are you being sneaky about it? There are several new fountains that will change the color. Yeah, okay. Pearlstone bricks no longer spread hollow. Rain and blizzards have been added. Whatever. Not really impactful for vanilla Terraria, honestly. It's just kind of annoying to go out during them. There's a new snow biome with unique treasures and items for normal and hard mode. Yeah, the underground snow biome is pretty fun, actually. Out of all of the underground biomes, I would say that the snow one is the one that changes it up most, and in a fun way. Underground desert changes it up a lot in a holy shit, I just hate being there way. Underground desert is actually, like, so fucking awful to explore. Anyways. Enemies no longer trigger underground pressure plates. That's pretty meaningful, considering what you would used to see all the time is either, like, the skeletons, like, blowing themselves up by activating the TNT blocks, or very frequently, just like a fucking onslaught of 30 slimes because the skeleton was pressing the pressure plate, or even better, like, one, like, errant bat happens to fly into the pressure plate, but then the slime jump arc perfectly lands on the pressure plate that spawns another slime. That was always a fan favorite of mine. There are new pressure plates that can only be triggered by certain things, such as the player, enemies, or both. Clowns will no longer blow up tiles. I don't know, like, on the one hand, I understand, like, Terraria went the route of only making building, like, a vanity sort of decorative thing. Like, you don't need to build in Terraria. You need to build rectangles to get people to move into houses, but there's no benefit to, like, making those houses look pretty, or, like, putting furniture in them that aren't used for crafting, right? So I understand why they removed the creeper blasts of the clowns, but honestly, that's the only thing that I would think would make building fun, is if there was actually, like, functionality to building, and things tried to destroy your buildings and you had to defend it, but that's not the route the game went. It looked like Terraria Otherworld was trying to go in that direction, because I think they stated at some point that they wanted it to be a weird mix of Terraria and tower defense, sort of, like, you sort of expand your territory and things will try and, like, breach into your bubbles. That's kind of what I remember Otherworld being themed around, but apparently it didn't work out so hot. Anyways. I think that, like, there's nothing in Terraria's building that makes it interesting for me, so I guess that makes sense. Since it's strictly vanity, I understand not wanting people's vanity decorations to be destroyed. There are several new buffs and debuffs, but we're not going to go into any detail as to what those are, because we're the patch notes! We don't have to tell you anything, we're sneaky. We say that there's one new liquid type without specifying. We're just quirky like that. There are now large gems that can be crafted when in a player's inventory. This is just like the capture the flag thing, which, I don't know, might have been fun, who knows. There are 2 new hard mode events. Again, we're not going to talk about them. What could they... It must be they're talking about solar eclipse and... I don't know, is it talking about full moon, since it's immediately followed by werewolf? I can't think of another hard mode event other than... I mean, full moon, I wouldn't even really count as a event like solar eclipses are, but I can't think of it. It's not talking about the Martian event, is it? I don't know. Werewolf form has been buffed. Oh, apparently werewolves were already in the game, so that was probably not one of the hard mode events that were added. And can take place every night. Yeah, that like, if werewolf form seriously required a full moon, that item would have been trashed here. Broken armor debuff only lasts 2 minutes. Don't worry about it. Don't worry, it's just a 2-minute debuff for being unfortunate enough to have a random enemy touch you. A 2-minute debuff that takes away your only defense in the game. Defense. I mean, it's better than 5, but still, 2 minutes seems excessive. You now use a pickaxe to remove armor from a mannequin. Players no longer take double damage in PvP. That's a funny one. It's like, speaking of accidental double damage, this is like a extreme tangent that just makes me look bad, but like, one of my first dungeon crawl stone soup victories, and this is gonna sound so pathetic, but one of my first Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup victories had all of the wind taken out of its sails. Like, I was so happy to finally win a run in Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. And then, like, literally a week later, it was announced that they accidentally made melee damage do double damage. And, like, at that time when I was playing Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, the only character I played as was Minotaur. I was just constantly Minotaur. I didn't always do Berserker, but I was always Minotaur, being a fucking big guy with big sword who smacks things. So, yeah, I like... I felt so good about the victory for that 1 week, and then I was just like, oh, okay. I guess it wasn't a real victory. I've never been more betrayed in my life. Items of the same type will now stack next to each other. Huh? Oh, it's talking about, like, when they're thrown in the world, like Minecraft item clumping. They just added that feature. Alright. When using a gravitation potion... Oh, nope. This is actually one of the worst changes they've ever made to the game. It literally only exists to make you vomit. Like, this is just the... We don't want you to have fun with the potion. Instead, we're going to make, like, the... I don't know, 50% of the world that gets motion sickness vomit when they use this potion. So, sorry 50% of the world, but you're not allowed to have fun. just vomit. You can no longer become invincible when touching fire blocks. I assume because of the iframes they gave you. Increase speed at which you can buy stacks of things. But they never increase the speed at which you can craft things. So just arbitrarily they were like, yeah, you should be able to buy things faster, but not craft. Are you insane? Graphical changes, I'll probably just skip over entirely. Recipes/items. There are over 1,000 new items. That's a thumb sideways. You'd think it's a thumbs up, but honestly, I'm one of those guys who's more against the idea of item bloat than for it. I just adding a shitload of items is not exactly what makes a game great. 9 new ores. Those are just the alternate. Well, are they just the alternate ores? Let me see, 9? That seems higher than, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What are the 2 additional ores? Oh, and they would have the Crimson ore versus the Corruption ore, so that's 8. What is the 9th ore? I think they're just wrong. Oh, is this also what added Chlorophyte? This might have added Chlorophyte, I don't know. It did change the jungle, it said, so maybe it added Chlorophyte, who knows. 4 new wood types, 31 new brick types. You can now imbue melee weapons, a feature I've literally never interfaced with, because melee is so trash tier. Until you get to, like, the very, very, very late game, melee is just complete ass. I mean, maybe, like, thousands of people will crawl out of the woodwork and be like, you only think melee is ass because you've never imbued your melee weapons. But, like, isn't it just a temporary buff? Like, it's not even permanent. It's just, like, a temporary buff for melee weapons. I don't know. It seems kind of shit. There are several new arrow and bullet types. Whatever. There are several new crafting stations. That's a definite thumbs down from me. Several new wands used for crafting, whatever, that's just decorative stuff. Decorative stuff. You can now craft Jester arrows. I don't know why... Oh, you know what? I was going to say I don't know why they have that separated from this, but it's probably because Jester arrows were in the game before, just uncraftable. 12 new wing types. 10 out of 10. Big thumbs up. Like, wings and grappling hook are the only thing that make movement in Terraria actually movement. And, like, the dash. Like, once you get a... But, like, dash is even... It's so late game before you get a good dash. For the longest time, the only dash you have available to you is the expert mode Eye of Cthulhu dash, and that's, like... It's functional, but it does the opposite of what you want it to. Like, when you want a dash, you want to avoid things, but The Eye of Cthulhu dash just makes you bump into things. Fun fact, you can never beat the mecha bosses. Unfortunate, Zam. Unfortunate. The only advice I can give to you, assuming that you had the equipment necessary to fight said bosses, because, like, you know, obviously the number one tip is just probably prepare for the fights a little bit better. Number two tip is just, flying. Flying is a pretty big one. Although, like, it really is, like, the only tip for bosses is just prepare. Like, if you're losing to a boss fight, it's probably because you don't have a good enough arena for it. And I hate to say that, because, like, that is part of the tedium of Terraria, is having to build an arena for bosses. Like, especially the bosses that require you to fight them in a specific area. Like, Plantera is my favorite boss, but it's only really fun if you have a decent arena for it. I mean, other people will complain and say, like, well, no, I think Plantera is only fun if you fight it without an arena, but especially, like, if you're doing, like, Calamity Death mode, that's just not in the cards. So yeah, just, like, arenas is the biggest thing. You had an arena built, but you relied too much on swords! No! No, he doesn't know. He doesn't know that melee is just impossible to do in Terraria. No one told him. Yeah, sorry I had to be the bearer of bad news on that one, but despite having hundreds of melee weapons in the game, they're all in ass tier. Pretty much every single one of them, until you get to, like, the 3 at the very, very end of the game. Those are the only good melee weapons, basically. Alright, 12 new wing types, several new vanity sets, no one cares. A lot of new rare drops, that just makes games more fun. I mean, like, it's annoying if a rare drop is something that's borderline required, but there aren't any rare drops that are borderline required. In Calamity, you're kind of pushed into requiring the Rod of Discord for, like, a lot of the later bosses, like having that teleport is pretty crucial, but, there's a crafting recipe in Calamity. Like, everything that is wrong with Vanilla Terraria is just solved by Calamity. You got the upgraded Star Sword? Nah. Nah, that's not gonna cut it. That's not gonna cut it, unfortunately. Like, ranged is by far the best, like, class in Terraria. Secondary to that is magic, and then way below. Like, you've got ranged at the tippy top. I'm making sure that this is actually visible in the camera. Ranged at the tippy top. Below that is magic. And then, like, literally to the floor. Like, lower my hand all the way, maybe a few feet underground. That's where melee goes. It is not viable. Boomerangs sorry, not boomerangs. Yo-yos make it a little bit more viable, but even still, there are such large gaps in between, like, actual meaningful progression in yo-yos that, it's still not good enough. Or at least not balanced according to the other classes. Yo-yos definitely do, like, a decent amount for the melee class, but it's not enough to compensate for the serious range advantage that ranged and magic get. And, like, ranged is just hugely important for the majority of the bosses in the game. Like, I don't even know how you approach something like the twins with a melee weapon. Like, how the fuck do you go about that? Like, the entire point of the fire-breathing green twin is that it, like, constantly pushes you away from it. Yeah, your issue is definitely the fact that you were trying to do melee. Melee is just not really plausible. You would probably have better luck with yo-yos, but still, it's a disadvantage for sure. There is now an item in hard mode that allows you to change biomes, the Contaminator. However, it does not allow you to bring corruption into your world unless you go to a different world and get it to the point... Well, do you have to get it to hard mode? I don't remember what it requires for the Contaminator juice. Let's see. During a blood moon or solar eclipse. No, so you would just have to make a new world and then wait a really long time, and you would be able to take Crimson or Corruption to your other world. But even still, it wouldn't be the same. It's never the same, because if you start with a corruption world, you're never going to get those vampire knives. There's an item in hard mode that allows you to increase max health by, like, what is it? It's an additional 100, right? I guess that's meaningful. I think it's an additional 100, right? Yeah, it's an additional 100. Pretty meaningful. And I like the way, so, okay. I don't like the way that life crystals are handled, because, like, especially when playing multiplayer with a decent amount of people, like, basically anywhere above, like, 2 or 3 people, you're going to have issues not finding enough life crystals for everyone, which no one finds enjoyable. I really wish that, and again, it's an issue fixed in Calamity, because Calamity makes a crafting recipe for heart crystals. I really wish that heart crystals were just, like, something you got as, like, random drops from common enemies or something. Or even rare enemies, like, the Calamity solution is that you can craft it with pink gel, so you have to find a pinky to get additional life crystals, but still, like, hate the fact that life crystals are a genuine finite resource in a world. That's so stupid, and does not scale with multiplayer at all. Again, I do always play on small worlds, but small worlds are just more enjoyable. Crimson is the objective right decision between Crimson and Corruption. Corruption just doesn't really have that much going for it. Outside of the Scarf, like, the Scarf is one of the best items in the game. The Scarf you get on Expert mode for killing the worm. But, yeah, just, like, make a Corruption world, kill the worm, and then go back to your Crimson world, because everything else about Crimson is better. But yeah, Life Fruit are fine, because Life Fruit spawn into your world and keep spawning in. So they are an infinite resource. Several new items have been added to the game that are used for crafting dyes, whatever. Star Fury now acts as a melee weapon and had its damage increased. Just for you, Zam, just for you. Aqua Scepter has been redesigned and does slightly more damage for less mana. These are like... these balance changes no one cares about. They actually buffed Vile Thorn, look at that! Magic Daggers have been buffed. I used to use Magic Daggers quite a bit, but I don't think they were ever good. I don't think Magic Daggers have ever been a good weapon. All of the old classic armors can be found as rare drops. That's just kind of like a funny meme. Though I've never gotten more than 2 out of the 3 pieces in a set. So they are, like, really, really rare drops. Even in Calamity, where, like, you can super inflate your spawn cap. I've never gotten more than 2 out of 3. Items that were called dyes previously for crafting have been changed to thread. Items that were called dyes previously for crafting? I don't even know what that's in reference to, honestly. I have no clue what that change is talking about. Ooh, you play the 3DS version? Yikes, dude. Yikes. Good luck with that. Like, already, I've played a console version of the game. The controls are really fucking bad, awkward to handle. Like, they're functional, but it's not great, so... yeah, again, setting yourself at an additional disadvantage. Chests now have larger loot tables, whatever. You can now make picks instead of drills to avoid breaking your eardrums. Increase the drop rates of souls for, like, Souls of Light and Night. Just makes grinding a little bit more convenient. The only good thing about the 3DS version was building? How so? Like, I still feel like building, wouldn't that be incredibly tedious? Oh, no, because you could use your pen for it, couldn't you? Your little stylus. Touchscreen. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That is definitely a step up from the other console versions, but I would still say that using a mouse is the most convenient option. But I'm always just kind of preferential towards mouse and keyboard when given the option. It's just like, Terraria was clearly designed for mouse and keyboard, though. So they kind of had to fudge the lines a little bit when making controller controls. 50 paintings, no one cares. Jungle armor no longer requires gems. Whatever, again, I don't think anyone really cares. No one is going to craft that armor anyways. It's just like a dog shit armor. The amount of meteorite required for crafting has been decreased. Really? I didn't know they ever changed that. Meteorite armor has more defense and does more damage. There's a good reason for why I liked the meteorite armor for so long. Silt and slush can be extracted into useful materials. I don't ever know how I felt about this change. I think it's nice. I think I'm gonna land on I like the silt and slush extractinating. It's just like fun little loot box moments. I always like video game loot boxes that don't require real money, so it's just like a super, honestly, bad loot box system, because the majority of the time you're getting garbage, but you get to use the loot boxes far more frequently, so it's alright. Each boss has a rare chance to drop a placeable boss trophy. Honestly, I really, you would think I would hate, or at least be neutral towards something like this, because I don't really care about vanity stuff in basically every game I play, but I actually really like boss trophies, because, especially in a game where I think the bosses are the best part about it, being able to kind of do a little bit of a weird flex is always something I'm for. So, thumbs up. Although, honestly, I don't see a good reason for why it's a random rare chance. I think it should just be guaranteed, but whatever. Hooks can now be crafted out of gems, one of the best changes they made to the game, because playing the game without a grappling hook is absolutely abysmal, so being able to get a grappling hook faster is always a plus side. The depth meter is no longer craftable. It took a long time for it to get there. Depth meter was, literally the first, or one of the first accessories added to the game, so it's funny that it went so long and is now getting a change so that it's not craftable in 1.2. Which is how long? It's 2+ years after the release. Stars can now be crafted with bottles to make a light source, no one cares. Floating island chests no longer require a key. I forgot they ever did. What was it? Was it just a golden key? I think you had to go to the dungeon first before you were allowed to open up the sky chests. That was a weird one. Gems and bars can be placed. Just weird. Items made from hellstone now require less hellstone. I'm pretty much always for the grind being reduced, and that's all that does. 1.2 actually added a lot of good things. I don't think there's a single thing that I really, really disliked. Or maybe I'm forgetting. Oh, nope. It's it's these two. Well, technically these three. This is the only thing I didn't like out of this update. And it's a pretty big one. The alternate ores are literally just a pointless feature. Does nothing to gameplay. It actually is pretty annoying because, the set bonuses for copper, iron, silver, and gold are literally the exact same as their alternatives, I'm pretty sure. I think it's just the same amount of increased defense. But the set bonuses on the hard mode armors are actually very meaningful. And, yeah, if you care about, one specific armor set, adamantite versus titanium, that could be, pretty fucking tedious to get to hard mode, and then find out it doesn't have the ore you want. Just a fucking pointless feature. And the separation of corruption and crimson is actually pretty damn meaningful. So, yeah, just don't like it. Everything else, though, nothing to complain about, really. 1.2.0.3. Oh, dude. You're gonna make me talk about banners now? Banners are one of the worst things they've added to the game. The game already has a huge inventory management problem. There are way too many items in the game. Your inventory is constantly filled up. At no point when going out and exploring in Terraria are you going to have a clean and organized inventory. Within seconds of leaving your main base, you just get flooded with tons of fucking garbage. And on top of that, now, basically randomly, it's every 100 enemies you kill, but you're not keeping track of that sort of information, so seemingly at random, you're just getting your inventory flooded with fucking banners that do functionally nothing. I hate the banners. Like, the banners... What I like out of a system where, like, because I don't... how do I want to phrase this? I don't dislike a system where you're rewarded for, like, killing X amounts of monsters. But I prefer it in something like the, what do they call it? They just call it a monster log? I think it's just called a monster log. I mean, I can go to the fucking main wiki page. Or, you know, even better, I can just go to the 1.4 patch notes. Added the bestiary, there you go. I prefer the bestiary, although I still think the bestiary is a little bit tuned into overly grindy compared to fun feature that tells you item drop rates. You have to kill, like, so many monsters on some of those to actually get any sort of information on them. It's kind of stupid. But, yeah, I wouldn't have minded banners if it was just, like, I don't know. Honestly, I wouldn't have minded banners if it was a one-time drop that you get at 100 monsters killed, and you place it anywhere in your world, and it affects the entire world. I don't even, like... You don't need the stat bonuses from the banners. Like, the way banners work currently is that it lets you do double damage to that specific monster within, like, 50 blocks of the banner. It is such a small range. It's, like, such an insignificant feature. Yeah, I don't know. Just nothing good to say about banners. Basically, every single time I get a banner in my inventory, I just throw it away. Like, occasionally, if I'm grinding in a specific area, I'll slap it on the roof. But, like, banners are also finicky about where you can place them. They have to be on the ceiling. You can't place them on the wall. You can't place them on the sides of blocks. It has to be at the bottom of a block, which is... why? It's just an awful, awful feature. No respect for banners. Glass furniture, high furniture, steampunk furniture. Pirates will drop gold furniture. Do not care about it at all. You can craft more furniture at the sawmill. Don't care. Lizard walls... This is all just crafting. Whoopee cushion now has a higher drop rate. That's a buff. Huge buff. And this is where they added the whoopee cushion in a bottle. They just call it a fart in a bottle? I forget what it's called. Balance changes. I didn't expect there was going to be anything other than the banners. The only reason I kept this one is because, like, while scanning through the patch notes, I was like, I need to fucking shit on banners, because there's just nothing good to say about banners. They are just, like, an objectively bad feature that makes the inventory even worse than it already was, and it was pretty fucking bad. Defensive Spectre armor has been slightly lowered, just making it a less usable armor set. Defensive Turtle armor has been lowered. That's, like, the most armor you can get in the game at this point, so whatever, that's probably fine. I don't know if they added the Beetle armor yet. What is it? What does the Beetle armor take? Like, obviously beetle husks, but where do you get those? I don't even remember. The attack speed, damage, knockback, and life return of vampire knives have been lowered slightly. Yeah. Couldn't have seen that nerf coming. Even still, they're, like, one of the best items in the game, so. Dungeon Spirit spawn chance has been lowered. I don't even know what the... I guess it's talking about the wisps? I've always called them wisps. But I guess they're technically called Dungeon Spirits. My bad. I probably call them Wisps, because don't they drop that light pet that's like Will-O-Wisp or Wisp in a bottle? I forget. I don't know. But, okay, cool. Their spawn chance has been lowered, so now you have to grind more if you want Ectoplasm. Thumbs down. Thumbs down for that one. Increase the reach of wrenches and wire cutters. Should probably just be infinite reach. Hard mode, Crimson, Corruption, and Hollowed Spread is now slowed after killing Plantera instead of any mechanical boss. I have a lot of issues with Plantera. I'm surprised they didn't list Plantera somewhere in the previous patch notes, because obviously 1.2 was Plantera, but Plantera was just completely left out of the patch notes in that one. I guess I'll save all of my Plantera discussion for when I do the tier list, but That's the wrong one when I do the tier list, but there are good and bad things to say about Plantera. I will say that this is definitely a weird one, considering spawning Plantera has so much waiting, like mandatory waiting, and random chance associated with it, that, oh, sorry, this one. This is the one I wanted to highlight. Has so much waiting and random chance associated with it that you don't really have that much control over stopping the Crimson Corruption and Hollowed spread. It's kind of stinky. Increase the chance for an eclipse to happen, but they will only happen after killing a mechanical boss. I guess that's better for, hardcore than I thought it was. I thought that eclipses could happen at any point in hard mode. Probably because I just, you know, why would you ever notice that this was changed? You just, like, experience it happening before a mechanical boss and then never realize when it's updated to not happen before a mechanical boss. Hard mode dungeon monsters will now only spawn after Plantera has been defeated. That's an appropriate spot for them, considering how many good items you can get from them. Coins will now auto-stack when close to each other. Why is that separate than the other item stacking that was introduced in a previous patch note? Shadow Beam Staff does less damage each time it hits something. No! I don't like that! I had to think about it for a second, but I was like, the fun of that item is getting the fucking incredibly jaggy, perfect angle bounces so that you absolutely shred something. The fact that they lower the damage every time it hits something is kind of, I don't know. It feels like a cop-out. It takes the item's identity away. I guess it depends on how much it's decreasing in damage every time, but I don't know, the item's whole identity was around getting those perfect bounces, so removing that seems, stupid. Spectre Armor does less healing each time the same projectile does damage. So I guess similarly tied to the change of Shadow Beam, if you got those multi-hits with Shadow Beam, you would heal way too much. That's probably an appropriate change for the Spectre Armor, but not for the Shadow Beam Staff. Piranha Gun now does slightly more damage. Still, no one's ever going to use it, because it's not as good as... Well, I don't know. I guess I would have to wait until I go to this tier list to rank those, but this is not every Terraria weapon. This is just the hard mode ones. It's probably better that I just do the hard mode ones, because honestly, every pre-hard mode weapon is just, the same weapon copy and pasted. Like, every pre-hard mode sword is just, yeah, you can copy my homework, but don't make it look too obvious. Alright. 1.2.1. The Halloween update. Starting with bug fixes, for some reason. Changes. Mice can no longer be killed by monsters. Sorry, wait. I didn't... Excuse me. No, I don't want to make a QR code for this page. I didn't rate the entire patch note for 1.2.0.3. This is maybe the worst patch that's ever been introduced to Terraria. All because of this. This is, like, actually, I know it sounds like overkill to be harping as much on banners as I am, but this is, like, single-handedly one of the worst ideas they've had for Terraria. It just makes a mess of your inventory constantly. I hate it. Alright. Mice can no longer be killed by monsters. Mice can no longer spawn in hell. Am I the only one who doesn't know what mice are? It's just a random critter? Alright. Why is that getting its own patch notes? Who knows? Magma Stone will no longer show a fire effect for non-melee weapons. Yeah, that's appropriate, considering it only affects melee weapons. Floaty growths now cause weakness and drop vitamins. I can't believe there was a period of the game where they didn't cause weakness and drop vitamins, because that's like the #1 source of how I get the vitamins item. The vitamins item! Sunflowers now reduce Crimson's effects. Huh? What do you mean Crimson's effects? And also, why is it not saying that sunflowers reduce corruption's effect? What does it mean, effects? I have no idea what that means. Crimson and Hollow now counteract each other, as they should. Reduces the chance for a mechanical boss summon to drop during hard mode. Why? Hard mode biome keys must now be crafted from rare drops. Yeah. How did it used to be? Did you used to just get the key? I don't remember. Pygmy Staff has had its damage increase slightly. I don't really have that much to say about summoning weapons, because all summoning has just been, honestly, more mistreated than magic. Like, there's just... And, like, the stuff they added in Journey's End to help summoning, like the whips, just, it's all garbage tier. Man, it's all garbage. All of the additional summoning stuff they added in. I mean, maybe not like the late game stuff, but I never got that far in Journey's End because I thought Journey's End sucked. Updated female armor sprites. Did they double the chest size again? Added messages to help the player progress in hard mode. Reduced chances for a dungeon spirit to drop. Is that... What do you mean drop? Like, for it to drop ectoplasm? Again, this is their double nerfing the ectoplasm farming. Spectre armor now requires chlorophyte bars. I forgot that it didn't used to, but that seems appropriate. Ghost wings now need 10 ectoplasm. Who knows what it required before. Spectre armor now only heals for 8% instead of 10%. That's still meaningful enough. 8% of damage is huge. And then they added the Halloween stuff. I don't really need to go too much into that. Overall, changes here, I would say I don't understand some of them, and everything else seemed decent. Just like very minor balance changes. Not that meaningful. I don't know why they're so adamant about making you stay in the dungeon longer to get ectoplasm, but whatever. 1.2.1.2. 1.2.1.2. Several new accessories. Fixed many bugs. Rod of Discord now gives a debuff that takes life when it's used again. Yeah, without that debuff, the Rod of Discord is wholly overpowered. Just way too strong. So having that debuff is pretty important. There's now a buff icon for Campfire and Water Candle. Plantera now enrages when taken out of the jungle or to the jungle's surface. I like the taken to the jungle surface one. I hate the when taken out of the jungle. I wish you could just fight Plantera. And I think they made that change in a future patch, didn't they? That it doesn't enrage when it's out of the jungle. Like, it's fine if it's out of the jungle so long as it's still underground. Maybe that's a Calamity thing, I don't remember. But, yeah, it just makes the arena super annoying to build because you have to, like, constantly intersperse clumps of, like, jungle grass with, like, little islands of mud. Otherwise, it'll get angry when you bring it to, like, the middle of the arena where there isn't any jungle grass. So, kind of a tedious thing. Destroyer is now immune to all debuffs. That's why I kept wanting to call it the Destroyer of Worlds, because Destroyer is the mechanical one. That's right. Immune to all debuffs. I don't know. In general, I kind of hate it when, like, immunity to something is fine, but just immunity to literally every debuff, I think that kind of... I don't know. Any time when a game just objectively makes a certain playstyle unplayable, I disagree. And, I mean, there is no real debuff stacking that you can do in Terraria. There's, like, 2 meaningful debuffs. You can, like, alternate. At this point in the game, like, all you could do is alternate Ichor and the Cursed Flames debuff. But even that is, like, whatever. You can't, like, stack poison stacks on it or anything. Terraria doesn't have any serious debuff builds, so I don't even know why this change is in effect. I guess it's just to avoid Ichor, but, like, I don't know, they could have just made it immune to Ichor. Like, I don't know, just a weird one. In principle, I disagree with it, though. Some enemies will no longer chase players depending on level of stealth and distance. Forgot that stealth was a mechanic, huh? Shumai armor no longer loses stealth when using items. Dude, I hate stealth. And, like, Calamity really pushes stealth as a mechanic for the throwing class, which sucks, because I love all of the throwing weapons in Calamity, but I hate interfacing with the stealth mechanic. So I just completely ignore it, but then I feel like I'm playing the class, like, the way I'm not supposed to be playing it. I don't know. Just fuck stealth. It's annoying. Like, it's not even approachable. Like, you can't actively play as a dude who stands still for 10 seconds during a boss fight, unless you're playing in multiplayer. It's just, like, not feasible in a single-player playthrough. So, yeah, nothing but negative things to say about the stealth mechanic. Critical strike increases on accessory reforges have been doubled. It's a big buff. Tabby and Master Ninja gear now bring the player to full speed instead of stopping. Huh? Is it just talking about the dash? Yeah, okay. I did remember it when the dash used to, like, just bring you to the dash and then, like, halt you at the end of the dash. That was horrible. Another thing that I'm just, like, objectively against in the majority of video games is, if you're going to give the player speed, please allow them to keep that speed, via some combination of mechanics. Like, I hate it when there's a movement ability that lets you move fast, and then you're just abruptly stopped at the end of it. Like, I think that the movement, and this is, like, a huge departure from Terraria, but I think the movement in Kingdom Hearts is never going to be good again. The only time where the movement was somewhat acceptable was, Kingdom Hearts 2. And even still, they're, like, very restrictive on it, and, like, the dashes do bring you to, like, a fairly slow halt at the end of it. But, you know, at least they travel, like, a large distance, I guess. Whereas, like, the newer, pretty much every Kingdom Hearts game after Kingdom Hearts 2, every movement ability has been, like, so, like, stifled by the fact that you travel, like, incredibly short distances and immediately get halted and, like, stuck in place for, like, full fucking seconds after the dash is over. And there's no way of canceling out of it or anything. It's just nasty feeling. Anyways, Piranha Gun now hits monsters more times per second. Okay. Heart Lanterns. Just kind of like a slightly necessary item in modern Terraria, where the difficulty is pushed super high in Calamity and stuff. Sniper Scope is a weird item that I mean, you know, if you're playing ranged, I guess it's good, but the right-click thing on the Sniper Scope is just strange. The move your camera perspective out of center is weird. And another thing that doesn't make any sense outside of multiplayer. Wow, you're just saying wow? That's what I've come to in my chat experience as I look over to see a generic wow. I don't know what emotion I'm supposed to be feeling. Frostspark boots are now craftable. This is single-handedly, like, one of the worst things they've ever done. Because Frostspark boots are required to make the, like, highest level of boots, which in vanilla Terraria means you're just gated by random chance, or fishing, which is another form of random chance. Like, nothing but negativity to say with how Terraria handled all of its accessories, basically. Unless an accessory is dropped from a monster, I have no respect. Just never expected to see someone reviewing Terraria items? Well, you're gonna have to keep waiting. Because this is not me reviewing the items, this is me reviewing patch notes. Which is even less approachable, honestly. I don't know why this seemed like a good idea. I will be moving on to boss tier lists and item tier lists afterwards, but we're starting with patch notes. Because there are certain things that I want to talk about that aren't just items and bosses, you know? Certain things that I take issue with Terraria are the changes they've made to the core mechanics of the game. Like banners, which I've shit on, and like the fact that there are alternate versions of ores, and like the fact that you can't get Crimson and Corruption in the same world. Yeah, no, that's basically how I'm going about it. You got the right idea. Jellyfish diving gear. Isn't this another one that requires... I think it's just 2 rare drops. I don't think it requires, like that you get from pink jellyfish, I know. Where do you get diving gear from? Oh, it's flipper and diving helmet. This is a rare drop from an enemy that is far too rare. Like, why are sharks so rare? There's no reason for these motherfuckers to be as rare as they are. But both in vanilla Terraria and especially in Calamity, you have to grind for sharks. And it's not a fun process. Why is shark fin not 100% chance? It's weird. 98, huh? But yeah, sharks, it's less bad in Calamity because there's so many things you can do to increase your spawn rates, but orcas are even more rare? Yeah, but also orcas aren't in the version of the game that I play. That's 3DS exclusive, baby. It's also, well, I mean, how rare is it? Oh, they're just listed in the same thing as Shark. Old gen console and 3DS exclusive variant. I guess if it's going to spawn a shark, it has a rare chance of spawning an orca, so it makes sense that it would be more rare. Anyways, who cares about these accessories? I'll maybe get an accessory tier list going if they have it. I'm just having fun talking about Terraria. I have more fun talking about Terraria than I do playing Terraria. Vanilla, at the very least. There's nothing negative to... Well, there's not many negative things to say about Calamity. But Vanilla is real bad. Trust me, any XCOM fan will tell you the exact same thing. 98% is effectively 0% in XCOM. Every single time it matters. Santa Claus now has a variety of holiday-related items he will sell to you. Frost Moon, so this is just the Frost Moon update. Which I don't really have an issue with the... Oh shit, I forgot to review the past patch note, my bad. I would say this patch note gets a... Honestly, there's like nothing in this. Because it's... Like, this one change is what I'm going to define the patch notes around. This is a... thumbs sideways and slightly up. That's what that patch note gets. Because the Rod of Discord was overpowered, but also it was basically impossible to get in vanilla Terraria. And still is basically impossible to get in vanilla Terraria. Frost Moon is now a new event that can occur in hard mode. It has 15 standard waves, as well as 5 zany bonus waves. New pets. Just a fun way to flex. Content of presents has been altered and now contain more goodies. They are now placeable and stacked in your inventory. Maximum player buff slots is... There's a maximum to how many buffs you can have? That's funny. I thought that would just go endless. This update is actually pretty cool. One of your favorite things about the holiday updates is the gift bags are kind of OP. Oh, they do have tons of fashion. Oh, how are they OP, though? Like, what can you get out of a gift bag? Where are the presents? Give me the presents. Or... Am I... Don't you get something else? Oh, I'm thinking of the Halloween one. The Halloween one is the only one I really have experience with. I don't know what you get out of this shit. Snow globe. Coal, of course. Apparently, weapons. I never would have expected weapons to be gated behind an event like this. But you can't really make an event like this fun without rewarding the player with weapons, because weapons are like the only thing that matter in the game. You got Bloody Knife on Halloween? I mean, I'll take a peek. Bloody... Bloody Machete? Oh yeah, Halloween seasonal event. There you go. You're probably talking about Bloody Machete. This doesn't seem like that good. Damage 15? It's like a 12 damage boomerang! Yep. That does seem pretty OP. I see what you're talking about. One of the strongest weapons in the game, for sure. Oh, man. Increase the damage bonus of stealthing and Shroom Knight armor. Nothing good to say about stealth, so that gets a thumbs down. I mean, I guess if you're going to create the identity of the armor around stealth, you should probably make it meaningful, but I still hate the entire mechanics of stealth. I can definitely imagine. Yeah, it gives you a head start. I mean, that's like all of my Terraria enjoyment is based around having a good start, which is why I always did the skip to get Meteorite as quick as possible. But that has since been removed. I don't think there's that much to say about this update. What was this? Oh! Meme item. Speaking of Soul Eater, first off, horrible anime. Secondly, the fucking design on the site was like the ugliest thing imaginable. Like, I can't imagine wanting to put that in your game. And also, I can't imagine wanting to put anything from Soul Eater in your game. It's like one of the worst animes. Soul Eater is worse than Bleach. I haven't ever seen Bleach, but I've heard it has good moments, but all around kind of like jump the shark, and people kind of hate the later parts of Bleach. But I've definitely heard some good things for sure. Maybe that'll be on the list at some point. There's just so many things on the list. I mean, currently we're watching fucking D. Greyman, which is maybe like the only anime that's worse than Soul Eater that I've seen. All right, wait. I need a review. Sorry, again. Reopen close tab. Christmas update. I give a. I mean, they don't even show the items that you get out of the Christmas update. There are some cool items you get out of the Frost Moon event. Like, let me just look at Frost Moon and see. Yeah, like Blizzard Staff is one of like the better hard mode magic items that you can get. At least in this stage of the game. So I give Frost Moon update 7.6 out of 10. Every mainstream shonen is basically filler, especially talking about One Piece. Well, the thing is... the thing is about One Piece is that people love to tell you how small the filler percentage is in One Piece compared to every other shonen. But, where it lacks is the fact that literally every single canon episode is just padded out with how slow the progress is. Like, one canon episode of One Piece is like 0.2 chapters of the manga. You basically get like 0 real content by watching an episode of One Piece. So it's not filler, it's just bad. Like, the anime version of One Piece is not the way to go about it. One of these days, man, I'm telling you, one of these days they'll do the Dragon Ball treatment and make a better version of One Piece. I wouldn't say the regular story is... I mean, if you're talking in the same regards that I'm talking about it, and that, yeah, the regular story is just delivered poorly in the anime, so it feels like filler, you're not wrong. But, the anime does get better in moments. Like, I still think the anime adaptation, and I've never read the manga, but I've heard nothing but good things about the manga versus the anime. So I imagine it's just strictly better. But the anime didn't do horribly in Skypia and Water 7. Those are like the best. The highest One Piece has been in my eyes. And like, I don't know, the what is it? The Pirate War? Like, the before the time skip was decent, but not as good as Skypia or Water 7. Though there was, like, I fucking love the moment on, I forget the name of the islands, but the islands right before the... It's like right before they all get separated by Kuma. Wasn't it Kuma who did it? I forget. Maybe I'm not even saying his name right, but the panda guy separated them all as a sign of kindness. That like, one bit was a pretty good point in One Piece as well. Bleach has some decent filler, but you don't like all the filler? Well, I always skip filler. Which is why One Piece is so unfortunate for me, is because if they at the very least had the decency to just stick the bad filler episodes as, here are the non-canon filler episodes, if you don't want to watch this, don't watch it, we're just using it to pad out the story because we're too close to the manga release. I'd be totally fine with that, because, you know, I mean, even still, like, animes that have filler like that are usually padded out in the canon content as well. But, like, so many people have been talking about D. Gray Man getting, like, infinitely better after episode 50. Like, 50 and beyond, people are like, that's when D. Gray Man gets good. That's when you don't have to worry about the slow pacing of the story. But, like, the pacing of the story has never been better in D. Gray Man than it was at the very start, and there's like a small portion of episodes we've seen towards the very end of it now that have actually been paced pretty well. But for the most part, like, just talking about one of the last episodes we watched was an episode where it went into, like, Chaozi's backstory, which is a character literally no one cares about. And his character acted, like, completely inappropriately compared to how his character has been built up so far. Like, out of nowhere, he was like, Alan, I hate you, you're my enemy, you're a dumb bitch. And then Alan saves him, and he's like, oh my god, I shouldn't have said that, I'm a horrible person. It's bad. Sometimes, out of nowhere, the pacing is just stuck at a halt. There's, like, a solid 5 minutes where Chaozi was holding up, like, a mountain of weight. And Lena Lee was just, like, talking to him back and forth. Nothing was happening. It was fucking awful. Dragon Ball Z has some good filler in hindsight. Never seen Dragon Ball, but we will at some point. Well, we're definitely skipping filler, though. Like, I will not watch non-canon content. I refuse. The thing about Bleach is that the filler is garbage compared to the story, but even the filler is action-packed. I mean, you gotta do something, right? You gotta do something to keep it interesting. I have seen, like, Naruto is the only thing I've actually seen filler in, because I watched it before I cared about that kind of thing. I've watched it since then, skipping all the filler, but there are some Naruto fillers that I've seen. Like, I remember an extended filler segment where they were looking for bugs. Like, it was, they went on, like, a story arc for the bug character that is never really gone in depth about. It's just, like, a lot of character development for characters that don't matter is what I got out of Naruto's filler. But, you know, Naruto's canon content isn't exactly stellar either. Anyways, anime diversion. 1.2.3, huh? It added a large number of features, made several game changes, and fixed a massive amount of bugs. Massive, you say? How big? How big is the bug fix section? Okay. Alright. It's a pretty big bug fix section. Gotta hand it to you. You did right with that one. Technically, sometimes the filler is canon. It was not added for reasons. I mean, I just look at a website that categorizes it based on whether it was in the manga or not. So, I mean, I don't know where you're going for the the categorization of whether something's filler or not, but that's where I check it out. You can now name chests. Honestly, who cares? Like, it's such a small impact, and, like, the chest name doesn't actually show up unless you mouse over the chest. So, like, the ability to paint chests is infinitely more meaningful for, like, inventory management than the ability to name chests. Added in-game settings menu. Unbelievable that it took a solid, like, 3+ years past the game was released for there to be a settings menu in-game. Save and exit is now an option in settings menu. Added sliders, game now loads. This is like a bunch of settings stuff. You can now turn platforms into stairs using the hammer. Single-handedly one of the worst features in the game. Because when placing wooden platforms with, like, the, control toggled, like the I don't know what the terminology for it is, like, quick place? Fucking easy place? I don't know what the terminology is for it, but control makes it easier to place, because it, like, if you... Excuse me. I was gonna open up fucking Paint, but that's, like, that's so much effort to open up Paint to make a new screen region for it. Pretend that the end of this sentence is where my edge of my platform is. Like, if you're placing platforms without control toggled, you have to click directly next to the last platform you placed. Whereas if you have control toggled, you can move your mouse, like, all the way out here, and it'll still know that you want to place it right there. But, the problem with the Stairs edition is the fact that when you have control mode toggled on, if you move your mouse ever so slightly up or down, you'll automatically make staircases, and it's awful. You could name the chest and then add a button that puts the chest name as a display over the chest when you press the button. Is that a feature in the game, or are you saying they could add that as a feature? Because... I mean, yeah, if they had, like, a hold down Z and it shows the names of chests, that would be a way of doing it. This is not a speedrun. I would say that 3 hours in to... Well, I'm probably the fastest person to review every patch note, so whether it's a speedrun or not, I think I will get the world record. Added infinite wiring support across the map? I have no idea what that even means. Infinite wire support. Okay. Updated robe graphics. Whatever. I don't care about graphical changes. You can now place switches and levers on walls? How is this not something that you had by default? Accessories now have an option to be visible and show on your character. It's just like a... I don't know. I kind of like it. I wish they did it for all accessories, though. I understand how some of them don't really have a good way of being shown on your character. But yeah, for the most part, I thought that this made character, like, style and the ability to dye things way more meaningful. You can now wear vanity wings. Also, you know, why would I have an issue with that? Dyes are now stackable, buckets are now stackable, ore now stacks to 999. Again, like, everything should just stack to 999. You can now change clothes at a dresser. Added support for Control plus Z, X, C, and V. Clear line, copy line, and paste line into chat, I assume. Shift insert and shift delete. Control insert, paste, cut, and... Okay, sure. Sure. Added the ability to mine multiple tiles without resetting the hit count on... Oh, okay. So this is talking about the fact that you could, like, partially damage a block for a time being. On Halloween, they had pets. Yeah, no, I'm fully aware of the Halloween pets. Can't you just get them from... No, I think you do have to get those from the goodie bags. But yeah, I do have a decent amount of familiarization with the Halloween one. Just because, like, that's one of the times I played with my girlfriend, was during, October. But, not a lot of experience with the Christmas stuff. I guess I never played during, December. Increased tile limit to 65536? I don't know what it means by tile limit. How many tiles can be placed in the world? There's an actual limit to that? That's the only thing that could mean. That's weird. You would think that just every single empty block in Terraria could be placed, but I guess not. Added cactus variations, who cares? Added biome-specific stalactite variations, who cares? You can now place saplings on all grass types. That's actually kind of meaningful to get the different kinds of wood. Reduce the effect of campfire and heart lantern regeneration. 0 out of 10 change. Hate it. Ancient shadow armor drop rate was reduced slightly. Why? Why? I've never gotten a full set of it anyways. That's an incredible feature. Multi-core lighting added to options. There are now critter sounds. The only reason I give this a thumbs up is because there's like a duck sound that is not a duck. That's a good feature. Added sounds for waterfalls and lava falls. Birds are now more likely to spawn in mornings. Each has several songs to sing. That's a feature I've literally never noticed. That birds actually sing songs. That's cute. That's a cute one. I like that. When you hover over text in the interface menu, the menu text turns yellow. Replaced Tree 9's graphic? What? They must be just talking about, like, a variation of trees, I guess. Players have a longer respawn delay after a non-PvP death with a boss alive in multiplayer. Oh, this one actually I could go into, because I kind of hate the way... I just kind of hate the way bosses work in multiplayer, honestly. I don't think there's a good way of doing it, though. Like, okay, so bosses in single player, for the most part, bosses just leave instantly if you die in single player, which is fine. That makes sense. However, in multiplayer, obviously there's like a bit of a advantage to just being able to have one either teleport away or die, and the other is still by the boss, so it's not going to run away or despawn. However, I think it's, like, pretty not fun to have to wait, like, how long is it? It's a really long time. I have a pretty bad time just sitting there for, like, 50 seconds when you die during a boss fight. Just don't add PvP death while bosses are there? No, it's talking about, like, if you die to the boss. It's basically saying that you have a longer respawn delay when you die and there's a boss. It's just saying non-PvP, because I guess... That's actually kind of abusable, though, isn't it? Because then if you're fighting the boss in PvP, couldn't you just ask your friend to kill you real quick, and then you have the shorter respawn time? That seems weird. Like, having non-PvP death be specified there seems like a mistake. But anyways, yeah, I'm not a huge fan. Like, there's no good way of doing it, though. Like, the only good way I would see it is that each player just has, like, one life, and if both players die, then the boss fight is over. But there's no fun way of doing that the way bosses are currently in the game. Outside of, like the last boss in Calamity is, like, the ultimate Calamitous? I forget how to say its name. But, very fun boss fight, and the boss fight, like, locks you into a square. Or a rectangle. I don't know if it's actually a square. But, it locks you into a rectangle to fight it. So if you're in multiplayer and you died, well, I guess you could probably just use Rod of Discord to get in there, but... That's the only way that I think bosses could be done well, is if you just don't allow a player to go back to the boss fight, and just be like, yeah, you're out. But I also see that that's not very fun for multiplayer either. Just, I don't know, just don't have the added time. Who cares if multiplayer is easier? Like, it's going to be easier regardless. Just, like, I don't know, waiting an extra 50 seconds when you die isn't particularly fun. I don't know why there's a delay on death at all. Like, when there's no boss, why does it take an amount of time to go back? It just seems pointless. But anyways. Added upside down slopes, who cares? Using mana potions now puts a debuff on the player that lowers magic damage based on the amount of time left. What? Huh? Is that still a thing? Because if so, this will be the first I've ever heard of it. Consuming mana potion. You get the mana sickness debuff. Hello? Mana sickness reduces the player's magic damage after they consume a mana potion or other mana restoring item. The percentage of damage reduction begins at 25%. when the debuff is at 5 seconds, it's seriously only 5 seconds of duration? Okay, so what you're telling me is you still have infinite mana with basically no penalty. And, like, there's just no way to play a magic build without using mana potions, the way it's set up. It's weird that they punish it at all, considering that people who used ranged weapons are only punished by the tedium of having to craft their bullets every now and then. Just so many balance things that don't make sense in Terraria. Which is why, like, I say this so often, but I just have no hope that there will be a good sequel to Terraria, or another good Terraria game out of Relogic, which sounds like super cynical, because it is, but I just think that so many of the good things about Terraria are accidents, and like everything that they actually put thought into, I disagree with. I disagree with this, I disagree with this, I disagree with the way mana regeneration works, I disagree with the ores, I could go on and on. I disagree with a lot of boss-specific things and item-specific things as well, but those aren't exactly in the patch notes. I disagree with the meteorite thing. Like, that is the worst offense, in my opinion, is the inability to mine meteorite in the early game. It shouldn't be a guaranteed mana sickness. Well, I disagree with that, too. Making it random doesn't necessarily make it better. I just don't understand the mechanic at all. Like, there's no way to play a magic character without using mana potions. All of the magic items, you get to cast them, like, 5 seconds and you're out of mana. Especially, like, the really, really late game ones. Like, one of the best late game magic items before Moonlord is the, like, the laser gun you get from the Martian event. You seriously get to cast that thing for maybe 3 seconds before your mana bar goes all the way down and down and down, assuming you're using the mana flower. Which means that without the mana flower, you effectively can't use that item. And like, the majority of late game magic items are like that, or at least the good ones. They just take way too much mana, and it's, if that's your only source of damage, which in single player playing a magic character, that is going to be your only source of damage, there's just no reasonable way you can, like, temper your mana usage and be like, oh, hee, I'm just going to use a little bit of my mana because having my mana bar towards the top makes it regenerate faster. Like, that's just unreasonable. You're gonna get no fucking damage dealt. Like, the damage dealt by doing that is less than the 25% drop in damage from using a mana potion. You should just use the mana potions. It just makes no sense that they have that debuff. Especially, like I said, compared to ranged characters, which are not penalized at all for having basically infinite use of their weapons. StarCraft exists, you don't know if that counts, though it is a decent successor of Terraria. Starbound! Okay, thank you. I disagree. I don't think so. I have a Starbound playthrough on my YouTube channel that you might want to check out, where I talk about a few things I disagree with specifically to Starbound. A decent successor, I guess I would accept, but I don't know. It's just an entirely different game than Terraria. Starbound is not very good. IMO. Has a lot of problems. And just the gameplay is overall not that fun, unfortunately. Alright, anyways. Mana sickness. Mana potions all have higher stacks, which is hilarious, considering that follows, like, a better reason to use mana potions directly follows the patch note that tries to disincentivize mana potions. A Spelunker no longer gives off light. This prevents ore from showing up on the map. Okay. Spelunker now causes ore to be gold-colored on the screen. Okay. It's talking about the potion! The Spelunker potion! I was so confused. Okay. Yeah, Spelunker potion. What did it do before this update? Oh, I guess it produced light. That makes sense. Hunter potion no longer gives off light. Enemies appear red. Sure. Friendly things are green. Yeah. Nobody uses the Hunter potion. Why would you? I mean, I guess it adds a little bit of extra visual clarity, but it's not worth the tedium of crafting the potion, right? Slightly reduce the chance of rain. huge buff to Sunshine. Pyramids are slightly more common. Again, this is the second time they've been buffed in how common they are. Waterleaf now only blooms in the rain. I can't believe that wasn't the default. Life crystals no longer spawn in the dungeon. Because people were just getting way too many of those things, I guess. The idea of it was pretty good, though, conceptually. You think that Starbound was supposed to be Terraria 2? Yeah, I would definitely say Calamity. Calamity is a better Terraria 2 than Starbound. I think, yeah, they were definitely trying to go off of the success of Terraria, because, like, the lead developer was a developer of Terraria, like, he worked on Terraria. But they just missed everything that was good about Terraria. Like, had the complete wrong idea about what made Terraria good. What made Terraria good was not building, and was not talking with NPCs, and was not quests. Pretty sure that no one wanted quests out of Terraria, or story, or lore. No, what made Terraria good was late game movement and some decent boss fights, especially in Calamity. Which is why Calamity is so good, is because the Calamity developers are people who do understand what's good about Terraria. And thankfully also see all of the shortcomings in Terraria, which is a huge reliance on random chance for progression. It's just miserable playing vanilla Terraria. Literally, you don't get an item because you're unlucky, the developers look at you and say, go fish. That's what they tell you. Quests are cool, but they shouldn't be the focus. I mean, I think just the biggest thing that was missed in the development of Starbound is, I mean, game feel, really. Like, the game never felt good to play. Movement, you never get any interesting movement abilities. You can never move faster than, like, your base movement speed. Like, even when you get the dashes and double jumps and whatever, like, it helps, but, like, you don't move that much faster. So the movement, pretty much from start to end, feels exactly like vanilla Terraria starting out a new world movement. And there's no interesting boss fights, though they tried. The combat has always felt really clunky. And there's, like, a lot of weird, like, it feels like you're playing the game on a server when you're playing it single player. There's a lot of, like, desync feeling stuff with the combat. Like, you'll hit some guy, and, like, because enemies or something are handled on, like, a different thread, it doesn't, like, register as immediate as it should. It's just, there's a lot of things wrong with Starbound. Anyways. But yeah, Calamity is good. Play Calamity. New paint, beetle stuff. Where do you get beetle husks? Is it from that weird guy with long legs? Oh no, it's from the Golem, which is his name. Now I remember, he is not called Sun Lord. Yeah, what a weird item for the Golem to drop. Like, what? It makes no fucking sense that this guy drops beetle husks. Anyways. Added Womaniken. Equality has never been more righteous. Several new wallpapers. You can craft animated steampunk. Don't care. Several new weapon racks. Don't care. I saw several new weapon and I got excited, but then, you know, the word afterwards is usually an exciting word, but not in that context. You guess you could say there will never be a Terraria 2, but it's kind of true for a lot of games. I mean, the developers of Relogic have said that, I mean, at least Andrew Spinks, not Sprinks, right? Spinks. The lead developer has said that he wants to make a Terraria 2, and there was the Terraria Otherworld that was in development by a separate team, and it's important to note that it's a separate team, because presumably, because it's weird, at points they were like, only part of the Relogic team is working on Terraria updates, and the other part is working on a secret project that we still don't know anything about. The only guess is that it would be Terraria 2, right? And then Terraria Otherworld was axed because it wasn't very good, apparently. So that was like the only chance of new Terraria content, official Terraria content coming out anytime soon. And then, like, it seemed like the implication was that everybody on Relogic was working on Terraria updates for Journey's End. And then they said, after Journey's End, we're going to focus on other things. Which could still be Terraria 2, but who knows. So there will be a Terraria 2, probably. Unless that gets cancelled and, I don't know, the development studio just goes under, who knows. When you set the bar really high, it's hard to build upon that. I disagree. I think Terraria is actually at the perfect fucking pole vault height. Like, Terraria is good, but as I keep saying, I think that the good things are happy little accidents. And unfortunately, there's a lot of intentional design that is really, really bad about vanilla Terraria. So I don't really agree. The bar seems high because the combat and stuff is pretty fun. I guess I agree to a certain degree that I think it will be difficult for Relogic to make a successor to Terraria, because in every single update, just everything, there's always one thing that stands out in one of these patch notes that I'm like, I don't know, dude, I don't think they really had their heads screwed on straight when they made that patch note. Especially towards 1.4. 1.4 did a lot of really stupid things, in my opinion. So I don't have the highest hopes for Relogic, but there could definitely be either from Relogic, if they do it again, which I doubt, or from another studio. Like, you could make a better Terraria, for sure. Like, I'm more confident in, like, everybody working on the Calamity team to decide to independently make their own game that's better to Terraria, because I fully believe that the Calamity team could make a better game than Terraria. They seem to have a better understanding for good design and what is good in Terraria. You hate to compare it to Minecraft, but there's never going to be another Minecraft. Yeah, that I'll agree with. There's never going to be another Minecraft. But I think there could be another Terraria, for sure. Because Terraria is flawed in so many ways. So many ways, and that's kind of the purpose of the stream, is I get to talk about all those things I don't like about it. But yeah, Minecraft, it's untouchable. I'm not going to argue with that one. There will never be another Minecraft. Is there anything I should care about in this fucking list here? Merchant now sells a bug net, added waterfall wall... I mean, the boss mask is just kind of a cooler version of the trophy, so I'm a fan of that one. Though a lot of them are really ugly. Most of them are really ugly, but that's kind of funny. Crimson Seeds, can't believe that wasn't introduced when the Crimson was. 8 new crafting stations. I'm always going to hate it when they add additional crafting stations. There's just no reason to make the player walk farther away to craft something. Like, I just don't get it. Bugnet makes so much money. I've never heard of that strategy. Do people actually sell bait for money? I mean, in modern Terraria, you need fucking bait to get required items, more or less. So, probably don't want to be selling all of that. Okay, now, they said added 8 new crafting stations, and then below that, they're specifying added heavy workbench for some reason. Venom Staff. Just one random item thrown in there. Spectre Mask. Is this the not health regenerated one? Yeah, this is the not health regenerated one. Hood versus Mask. Increases max mana by 60 and reduces mana usage by 13%. The Spectre Hood was actually straight up unusable when it increased mana. Well, before Mana Rose became the only way to play as a magic character. Oh, yeah, from critters and stuff. That makes sense. That makes sense. I didn't think about selling the critters. But yeah, no, I've done that as well. It does make a decent amount of money. You're not wrong. Hard mode balance changes. Here we go, dude. I think this is the one I'm going to take issue with. I think there's a few things I don't like here. Alright, let's start with pre-hard mode balance changes, because that's smaller, and comes first. Lesser mana potions are no longer craftable. They will always be sold by the merchant. That's a plus. Tim is now more common. It's a sideways, who cares? Increased B-guns damage by 1. It's a sideways. A damage increase of 1 is basically non-existent. I know it shoots a lot of bullets, but still. Or bees. Nature's Gift is now slightly more common. Probably sideways, but slightly up. Increased mana usage of gem stabs. Why? Why? They're already shit. You don't need to make them worse. Lower damage of higher tier gem stabs. Okay, just making them worse and worse. Lower the value of magic dagger and B-gun. Hello? Hello? Am I going insane? Increased B-gun's damage by 1? Oh, lower the value. Okay, for some reason, I just intrinsically saw value as damage, because that's, like, you know, the only value that a weapon really has. But no, it means when you're selling it to NPCs, I guess. He'd be a champ, dude. He'd be a champ. Alright. Drastically increase the drop chance of biome key molds. Nothing to complain about there. Because, like, for the longest time, the best way of getting biome keys was by spawning a meteorite in it and then farming the meteorite heads to get it. Because, like, the chances were so fucking low, you were never going to get it by like, killing normal enemies. And by spawning a meteorite, I, of course, mean mining up a meteorite and manually placing hundreds of meteorite ore to make an artificial one. Ice Golem now drops a Frost Core that can make Frost Armor, who cares? The weird tangential side armors are usually just negligible importance, although I do think the Frost Armor is pretty good compared to Hollowed, and I used it in my last Calamity playthrough, I think. I might have used it in my last Journey's End playthrough, but, you know, it's usually more effort than it's ever worth. It's actually, well, it's fairly unlikely. The meteorite can't land within, like, I don't know, it's like 300 blocks of your spawn point. The majority of people place their house on spawn, so, it's a little bit more likely with the new way they have towns set up, where you get the teleport, where you're incentivized to build houses farther away, so you can teleport farther away. That makes it more likely that your house will get hit by a meteorite, but if you just do, like, the 1.3 version of Terraria, just build a house in the middle of the world, it's never gonna get hit by a meteorite. Alright, Pickaxe Axe now requires 1 soul from each mechanical boss to craft. I think that makes sense, yeah. Drax now also does that. I think that's the way it is in modern Terraria. I don't think they changed it from that. Plantera bulbs no longer spawn until all 3 mechanical bosses are defeated. I'm glad I looked through these patch notes, because I never mentioned it, because I thought I was insane. I actually thought I was insane in thinking that Plantera bulbs didn't used to be as much of an issue as they are now. That's fucking crazy to me. Because, like, you're probably not going to be able to kill Plantera until you do the mechanical bosses anyways. I don't know why they ever made this change. Like, this is such a stupid change. Having Plantera bulbs spawn as soon as you enter hard mode makes so much more sense, because it takes time for them to spawn. Like, it's random chance, and if you have to wait until after the mechanical bosses are killed, that literally just means you have to sit there like a dumbass for hours in your world until enough Plantera bulbs show up that it's actually reasonable to find one. It's so shitty. So I'm glad, because, like, yeah, Plantera bulbs I didn't think used to be that bad. Like, you would just kill the mechanical bosses and then there would always be plenty to pick from. But no, not anymore. Now it kind of fucking blows. That is unfortunate. You cannot summon the Golem until after Plantera has been defeated. I thought that was always the case. I thought Plantera always dropped the key to go in the Jungle Temple, but maybe not. Mechanical bosses are now slightly more difficult. Probably a good thing. Golem has had its life, defense, and damage increase slightly. Golem's attack now penetrate walls. Golem now shoots 2 beams if you are directly above or below him. Increased, okay, just a lot of Golem changes. Wasp gun damage increased by 3. Very cool. Golden Shower now only penetrates 5 targets and does slightly less damage. The damage of Golden Shower doesn't really matter. It's all about the debuff, so who cares? Auto Hammer can now only be bought after killing Plantera. That's the thing required for the mushroom bars, right? Yeah, who cares? It's probably an appropriate spot for it anyways. Does anybody use the fucking mushroom armor? Has literally anybody had fun with the mushroom armor? There's different versions of it now, aren't there? Yeah, there's multiple different heads for it, but it used to just be one, and it was the stealth one, and I don't think anybody cared. But maybe people actually use it now, I don't know. But it's just like the equivalent to beetle armor, well, turtle and beetle armor for melee. There's the Shroomite armor for ranged, and Spectre armor for magic. That's all Chlorophyte tier, technically. Is that a... Oh, fuck, dude. No! That's not... Okay, I'm gonna wait on that one. You're spoiling the patch notes, dude. I can't believe it. I'm not there yet. Mushroom Sphere, who cares? Souls now sell for less, who cares? Why nerf the sell value of this one random fucking spear? Who cares? What? Were people really out there farming Gungnir's for a extra $1? I don't think so. Nerfing more weapons. Chlorophyte is slightly more rare and grows slower. Incredibly different. Again, I don't see the reason for it. It's just tedious to have to wait for Chlorophyte. Though, that's less of an issue, because Chlorophyte does actually start growing at the start of hard mode. So that's, I guess, a bit more acceptable. Leaf Crystal does a bit more damage and shoots faster. Leaf Crystal? Is that... What? What weapon is that? Oh, it's the set bonus. Okay. I was like, I don't know what weapon that is. Rod of Discord now takes 20% of your life down from 25%. Huh? Is it talking about with the Chaos State debuff? Or is it just saying in general? I think it's talking about with... It must be talking about with the Chaos State debuff. I like, horrible patch note, because that's not specified, but... Yeah, it didn't ever intrinsically take away life, I don't think. Those Gungnir's are actually common, but you don't think common enough to sell for profit? Well, I mean, you have to farm hollowed bars for it. It seems a little tedious. I mean, I always just sell the bars for money, honestly. I never craft anything. Like, I'm not going to go through that level of min-maxing if I'm just trying to farm money in the game. Rod of Discord debuff now lasts 8 seconds, down from 10 seconds. Huge buff, honestly. Huge buff to Rod of Discord as a whole, which is crazy because in vanilla Terraria, I would guarantee that probably less than 1% of vanilla Terraria players have ever used the Rod of Discord. And I'm fairly confident in that number. Oh, there's always been item duplication bugs in Terraria. But again, like, are you really going to balance something around an item duplication bug, or are you just going to fix the item duplication bug? Probably just going to fix the bug. Buffed Shotgun, Marrow, and Ice Bow. Slightly buffed repeater damage. Increase the damage of Terrorblade. A lot of random balance changes. Lowered the damage of Chlorophyte bullets, probably appropriate given their homing. New hard mode ore spawns slightly less and slightly harder to craft with. Cool, dude. Nobody wanted that. Meteor heads no longer drop loot in hard mode. Wait, what? What? I thought that they removed this entirely. I didn't know that they dropped this in pre-hard mode at all. That's such a weird change. Why prevent that in hard mode? Why? That makes no fucking sense. If anything, you would prevent that in pre-hard mode. What is the downside to farming meteorite in hard mode? It makes no fucking sense. Why would they decrease Lost Girl spawn chance? Well, they didn't. They, they increased it. That's the thing. Frostburn debuff now does more damage over time. Sure, debuffs are still completely meaningless in the game, but sure. Like, how much damage does Frostburn actually do? Tell me. Minus 8 health per second. Minus 8 health per second. This is like one of the best debuffs in the game a player can have. Damage debuff, I mean. This is one of the better. Let me look at the damage debuffs. Cannot regenerate life. Slowly losing life. Wait. Poison, because like you can poison enemies. Well, I guess not that kind of poison. Where's the? This is from enemies. I want from items? No. I want for enemies. I want the debuffs that you afflict on enemies. I guess I'm not going to get that. Maybe Cursed Inferno is better. There aren't that many. Oh, there you go. Minus 24? Huh? I guess it's... okay, that's a slash. God, the text on this is so poorly structured. Minus 24 health per second. That's actually pretty meaningful. Alright, so there's one good debuff that you can get on enemies. How long does it last, though? I guess it depends on what you use to afflict it, yeah. 7 seconds? That's not... yeah, like, for the bullet, 7 seconds is not that bad. Like, most sources of it are 7 seconds. It's okay. It's a decent damage boost, honestly. I downplayed it a bit. Cursed Inferno, only good debuff that actually does damage. Cursed Inferno is broken? I believe it, after looking at how much damage it actually does. That seems pretty silly. Maybe not broken, but... I don't know. It's like the only good debuff, so there probably should be at least one good debuff. Alright. Frostburn debuff now does more damage over time. I can't imagine how bad it was before that buff. Added Spectre Mask and Spectre damage set bonus. Spectre Hood now uses more mana instead of decreasing mana usage. Nasty. Retinator shoots lasers a bit slower, and they do slightly less damage. Who cares? Okay, everything else is pretty meaningless. Honestly, not that much was changed. There were a lot of item changes, but... do I really disagree with anything here? I thought I was going to, but they weren't the changes I thought they were. I think that for the most part, I can't remember if I saw anything, like, truly horrible. I don't think I did see anything truly horrible. I think for the most part, this was just a meh update. Like, I give it a 5 out of 10. 5 out of 10 update. That's my official rating. 1.2.4. A lot of updates on the 1.2 lineage. Introduced fishing. Oh, no. No! This is it. This is the downfall of Terraria. This is where it all fell apart. Like, look, I know that some people like fishing in games. I don't mind it in something like Stardew Valley, where it was like a core mechanic of the game, and that's like one of the only things you do in the game is fish. Uh, in a game like Terraria, it just feels like fluff at its best, and at its worst, a horrible way of forcing players to interact with the game to get required items to progress. So, this iteration of fishing was not that bad. There are still some things I don't really like about it. Like, I don't know. Who cares about the fish? Like, the only thing people care about are the loot boxes, honestly. I know I've gone off on this before, but I really think that there's not necessarily something wrong with making a diversion to your main gameplay loop, so long as that diversion is fun. And given that I would not say Terraria fishing is all that fun, the easiest way they could have gone about it to make it fun is have it tie in with the main mechanic of the game that's already enjoyable, which is the combat. The only way combat actually affects you fishing is annoyingly getting attacked by enemies constantly while you're sitting by the water. So I wouldn't say that combat is really a core mechanic in fishing. It's basically just a complete mess. Like, the majority of fish are used for absolutely nothing. There's like one fish that's required to make a good potion. It's like the defense increasing potion. There's like some other various good potions that you get out of fish, but the majority of fish are just completely useless. Thoughts on Minecraft fishing? I honestly couldn't tell you, because they've done a lot of balance changes to fishing in Minecraft. For the most part, I would say not good, though, because, again, it's not particularly engaging or fun. Literally, the only mechanics of it are cast and then wait for essentially like a QuickTime event. Like, the bobber goes down and you have to interact with the game again. So not very good interaction-wise. There's no fun mechanic to it. The only thing I would say on Minecraft fishing is, like, balance, potentially. But I don't know where the current balance of Minecraft fishing is. Because I know you used to be able to get mending books from it, but I think they removed that. They have Luck of the Sea now. I know they have an enchantment to make fishing better. But I mean, technically Terraria has, like, the fishing power level that effectively is the same thing as Luck of the Sea. You get better things and more crates the higher your fishing power is. Only problem is, the base act of going fishing in the game is still not very fun, so that's why the majority of people, when fishing was overpowered in Minecraft, just had AFK fish farms, because fishing isn't fun. Luck of the Sea 3, it can get an enchanted diamond sword, but it's still not common. I mean, yeah, balance-wise, because that takes the investment of getting the enchantment on it, I would say it's probably in a decent place. But, like, as I've said about Minecraft tools and diamonds anyways, like, diamonds are not valuable. Like, diamonds are basically trash tier in Minecraft, modern Minecraft. Because as soon as you get one of each diamond tool and diamond armor, you never need diamonds, literally ever again. You will never need them, unless you're going to be building with diamond blocks. It's just a useless material. Because mending just makes it so items never break. So, there's especially with netherite, where you can't even lose your tools in lava anymore. It's just like, you'll never need diamonds again, basically. So, that's not particularly overpowered, I think. Like, the only thing diamonds are used for is currency in multiplayer. So I kind of disagree with you saying diamonds are pretty good in single player. I think it's, like, the exact opposite, where it's just, like, the most valuable kind of currency. Outside of netherite, I guess. But anyways. No, I don't even think I need to go into this. I think I just hate everything that was added. The Fishron boss It's fun at times. Here's the thing. Fissure boss is fun so long as you don't play in a small world. All of my issues with Fissure are issues with small worlds. So, Fissure is fine. I kind of hate Fissure on death mode, though. I've still never beaten Fissure on death mode just because it's, like, incredibly cheap. Like, it just moves way too fast and teleports way too quickly. But, I'll do a Calamity death mode playthrough at some point. The Truffle Worm is just super fucking annoying to have to farm for the fight, though. Like, even in Calamity, it's not made that much better, because you can't buy the boss fights until after you've already defeated it. In multiplayer, diamonds are more common because people are too late. Okay, but I mean, like, yeah, they're more common just because more people are looking for them, but, like, I don't know, they're still not particularly important to the gameplay, is what I'm saying. So at least they can do something in a multiplayer world, where you're not going to be too much trading with people in single player. Excluding NPC villager trades. And goblin trades, hoglin trades. Entirely different. Entirely different. This is good, I guess. So you can fight the golem boss more. Like, the majority out of this... Wait a second. You can now place weapons and tools in the craftable weapon rack. Thank you, Goryo, for your suggestion. Why? What? Thanks, Goryo. Thank you. I think the majority of this update is just going to be fishing, which I have nothing good to say about. I guess I'll just use this as my fishing hate blog. This is my fishing hate blog, guys. Fireworks box, fireworks... Is this where they added the party girl NPC? Or is that just random? It seems like there's not that much added. Well, 22 new potions from fishing. And Shiver Thorn, which is apparently new as well. 5 new mounts, but they're not going to tell me what they are. New pets, who cares? Yeah, I'm seeing nothing that important. Larger loot tables for these things, whatever. I can't really speak on that when I don't know what the items added to it are. 6 new summoner weapons. Unfortunately, not enough to carry the entire class. 2 new summoner armors, also known as the only 2 summoner armors. It's just, like, neglected. Completely neglected. And pixel piracy crossover content? Weird. But yeah, okay, I'll use this to talk about fishing. I mean, it's your fault if you're playing on a server with people item duping and hacking. Like, that's not the game's fault. It's a weird line to draw. But anyways. I'll agree with Shulker as being more valuable for diamonds, that's for sure. But anyways, this is a Terraria patch note reading, not a Minecraft patch note reading. Please stick to the curriculum. Fishing is bad. They also added minecarts apparently. Minecarts are also pretty bad because if you're going to spend time setting up infrastructure for mobility, why not just use the teleporters? I guess minecarts are earlier game, but still. Yeah, okay. So, while this version of the game does not have the problems I have with fishing as a whole, I'll just talk about the problems I have with fishing as a whole, which is, fishing is unfortunately used as, like, a scapegoat for the developers, because they couldn't think of a better idea than just making crafting recipes for all of the basically required accessories to beat the game. I guess they didn't want to copy Calamity Mod's homework or something, but, what they landed on was just infinitely fucking worse. Because it's literally, you just have to fucking gamble at the casino. But it's not even like a fun casino, like they don't even have those slot machines that let you play an RPG while you're rolling the slots and wasting your mom's credit card. Instead, instead, you just left click, wait 20 seconds, left click again, and more often than not get complete garbage. But every now and then, you have a chance of getting a biome-specific crate, and in those biome-specific crates are those more or less required items to progress in the game. I think that gating necessary movement options behind random chance, and not only just random chance, but like the worst part of the game by far. It's not just that it's random. Like, if the items were a random drop from bosses or monsters, I'd have no issue with having to, like, fight a few zombies to get Hermes boots. The problem is that it's just menial labor. It's just waiting and looking at your screen with, like, minimal interaction. It's just, like, tedium at its peak. It is so fucking boring to go fishing in Terraria. There's nothing good about it. But that's what they saw as their holy grail for how they're going to save Terraria's progression being limited or gated behind a finite amount of chests in the world. Just awful. Fisherman as an NPC also sucks. Like, yeah, I can go into why I hate the Fisherman as an NPC, too. Why are you only allowed to get one fishing quest a day? I guess the reasoning behind that is that they wanted everybody in the server to have the same fishing quest, and the most convenient way of doing that is just having it set at the start of the day. But, it just makes it insanely unfun to do those fishing quests. Because, like, you are guaranteed certain payouts at certain levels in the quests, but who fucking gives a shit? No one's going to get to 50 fishing quests completed, because no one's going to remember to do that 50 days during a Terraria playthrough, because fishing is just unfun. No one wants to do it. Anyways, that's fishing. It fucking sucks, and I can't believe that the developers thought it was a good idea to put, like, the alternative to exploring the world for treasure chests as just sitting next to a pond and left-clicking every 20 seconds. That's their solution to the problematic method of progressing in Terraria. Yeah. About as entertaining as real-world fishing. Unless you have someone to banter with, there's no meat to it. 1.3! This will go down as not only the best Terraria update, but some would say, like, the only good Terraria update. Like, I was actually super optimistic for Relogic and thought they had things under control with the 1.3 update. There are still some problems with it. Like, I don't really like how Moonlord was handled, and the fact that you have to do the event every single time if you wanted to fight him. They did make it slightly better, but it's still not that good. That being said, though, pretty much all of the content additions in 1.3 are pretty damn good. 1.3 was a really solid update. Everything you get from fishing can be available in a chest, but that still doesn't solve the issue. There are very, very few fishing exclusive items, and most of them don't even matter anymore. Like, there was a good pickaxe, but they nerfed it, so it's not even worth it anymore. Outside of that, the only, like, fishing-specific items are just, like, decorative. There's, like, a fishing bottle, or not bottle in a cloud, cloud in a bottle. There is a fishing cloud in a bottle. Sorry, there's a fishing cloud in a bottle. There's a fishing balloon. There's a fishing Hermes boot. They're just, like, vanity versions of things you can get elsewhere. My problem with it is the fact that, like, the base problem with the game, especially in multiplayer, is that there is a finite amount of chests in the game, and it's completely random what's in those chests. So, like, literally, I know it's not likely, but it's completely possible that you could generate a small Terraria world. I'm saying small because it's more likely. There's a chance that you could generate a small Terraria world and just be missing an accessory. Like, there's an accessory that you just got unlucky enough that it didn't show up. Like Lava Charm. Lava Charm is very, very specific in what height in the world the Lava Charm can spawn in. It's like a very specific level where lava is in the world, but you're not at hell yet. So that's a very small chunk of vertical height that the Lava Charm has a chance of spawning in. But it also shares the same spawn table as all of the other gold chests from the cave levels above it. So you could just have all of your chests in that level be regular cave chests instead of the like one loot table specific to that level, which is the Lava Charm. I think is like literally the only unique item at that level. And especially if you're playing in multiplayer, like, fuck it, you know? You're probably not going to get what you need. Terraria incentivizes you to make multiple worlds? Yeah, but I don't like that. I think that's like a really fucking weird way of going about it. So yeah, like, it's still better to just make an additional world if you never find Hermes boots, right? Say you've done excessive amounts of exploration and you still don't have Hermes boots. It is still better to just make an additional world instead of fishing, because fishing is just unfun and miserable. But I still don't think that that's a good way of doing it. You should be able to get the required items to progress by playing the game normally. And I would not say that going out of your way to do something unfun like fishing, or, you know, making an entire new world just because you got unlucky counts as normal gameplay. Like, it really makes no sense as to why they didn't just add crafting recipes for a lot of accessories that are basically mandatory, like Calamity Mod did. Anyways. Alright. Revamp town NPCs. They now do nothing! Fight back against threats! Yeah, sure they do. Sure they do. Chests opening and closing is animated. Steam multiplayer is whatever. You know, it's a pretty nice quality of life for people who don't know how to port forward, I guess. But that, I mean, it's not just dungeon chests that are the problem, it's all chests. But, I mean, even that has its own issues, I think. Because then it's just like, I guess that wouldn't be the worst solution in the world, to just, like, reset item chests. But then you would just have to, like, check back every single... And plus, a lot of people pick up the chests. Like, I gather the golden chest to use as storage, so that wouldn't really work all that well. It's, yeah, just make, like, it doesn't have to be a clever solution. Just use the features that are already in the game. Like, there's nothing wrong with making crafting recipes for accessories like that. It just makes sense. Achievements are available in Steam. Character select menu has been revamped to show additional information. You can now toggle screen capture mode for pickies. Take a picture of your world. Abilities while mounting have been enhanced. Fishing and attacking are now possible while mounting. I can't believe attacking wasn't possible while mounted. That's insane. Yeah, I mean, like, they definitely, the NPCs try to fight back, but I wouldn't say that any of them do a particularly good job. The only one that's decent is the Dryad, which gives you, like, a health regen buff. The ones that just do damage are dog shit tier. Just die immediately. Except, actually, in Journey's End, I will say that the, I forget her name, but the bestiary lady who turns into, like, a furry at night is actually, like, probably the best combat NPC that I've seen. She could actually hold her own in a fight. Your abilities while mounting... Oh, already read that one. Added the option to disable blood and gore. Okay. Nothing to say about that, really. I can't believe that wasn't enforced for the console version. I would have imagined they would have done that sooner for, like, an ESRB rating. You can now find the Skeleton Merchant underground. He has some unique items to sell. Okay, yeah, pretty essential NPC, honestly. Kind of hate that it's gated by random chance, though, because it is basically borderline required for a melee yo-yo build. Several new appearance options, enemy banners. Okay, so enemy banners didn't always give you that buff. They used to just be entirely useless and fill up your inventory for no reason. Cool. I forgot that that was an additional feature added in 1.3. Still, banners fucking suck and shouldn't be in the game. They just fill up your inventory when you're farming monsters. Worlds now keep track of how many enemies have been killed and reward a banner for every 50 kills! I actually thought it was 100. I still thought it was 100. I know it says in text chat, but I forgot it was 50. Holy shit. Just awful, dude. So much inventory clutter. When chatting, you can link items in chat. Angler will always reward money. Who cares? No one interacts with that NPC. You can now remove your spawn points, which is something that people only do accidentally when they're fighting a boss and using the magic mirror to go to the nurse. This is the only case that this actually introduces. Is you're like, oh no, I'm low on HP, I'm going to use magic mirror to go to the nurse, and then you probably do heal at the nurse, but then also don't realize that you unset your spawn, and then the next time you go to heal, you teleport it to default spawn, and the boss goes away. Slime banners are the only important banners. They actually look good. I mean, if you want to build with banners, fine. But the fact that it just is shoved into your inventory without your consent, and constantly at that, because you're going to be killing a lot of enemies in the game where you kill enemies. Like, can you fucking imagine if something like Path of Exile just shoved, like, single inventory slot items every 50 times you killed an enemy? In a game that has an inventory management problem, it shouldn't be forcing things in your inventory. Maybe make a banner slot. If they had a separate inventory slot, like Starbound does, I would be fine with it. I would actually be completely fine if it just went into a menu somewhere else, and then you had a list of all your banners that you could then place into the world. I would have no problem with that. But the fact that it's forced into your inventory constantly, it just makes it abysmal. You now get fishing rewards for every 5 quests instead of 10. Cool. Cool. It used to be worse. The game will now tell you how much money you dropped on death to really rub it in your face, especially with the fact that enemies steal your money now and just despawn. Player's last death location is shown, aiding the retrieval of lost items. That makes sense. I can't believe that wasn't in the game always. Like, so many of these features I just forgot when they were added, and I'm like, holy shit. It took you so goddamn long to add the most obvious feature in the world. Strange plants can now be located, and yep, love me a strange plant. Love a strange plant. We love the strange plant. Information accessories now work in your inventory instead of needing to be equipped. I never really... Like, the only reason you would ever have these in your inventory is if you got all of them and combined them with your magic mirror. I do like the information accessories, especially like the DPS one is particularly good. But it's just like tedious to have to deal with it all the time. We need another useless NPC. You need a NPC where you can go and redeem an item and then buy other banners. Oh, redeem banners. I see. No, yeah. I mean, it would be an entirely useless NPC, you're not wrong. They could just tap it on to, like, an additional, or an already existing NPC. Like, I don't know. The clothier does absolutely nothing. Just give it to the clothier. Have an option where he can give you banners. I wouldn't mind it. Like, I would not mind it if it was just, like, relegated to somewhere else that wasn't your inventory space. That would be completely okay. Dressers can be used as chests, no one cares. You can now purchase items using money in your storage. Honestly, like, again, 10 out of 10 quality of life. It's been a while since we've got a 10 out of 10 quality of life edition. You can now hammer traps to change the direction they fire. Deleting a world or character will now move it to the recycling bin. That's funny. I never knew that. Added minecart, mount, pet, and grappling hook slots. Oh, yeah. Yeah, what a world the game was. Like, did you actually have to put your mount in your hotbar? Like, okay, grappling hook, at least you could use it. Well, no, I think there was probably a mount hotkey as well. But having to put it in your inventory is gross. Same for pet. Bosses now have minimap icons. Honestly, pretty important for the bosses that just fly all over the place, which is most of them. Bubbles and lava immunity bars appear above your head. Added the ability to favorite items. Oh, huge quality of life feature. Add an inventory to quick stack to... Wait, I thought that showed up... No, it was just the option in chests to quick stack. The quick stack to all nearby chests button is the single-handedly best button in the game. Don't at me about left mouse button. Quick stack now creates stacks in your chests for items if you have the inventory space. Whatever, that's a wreck of a sentence anyways. I don't care that I butchered that one. A lot of NPCs are just for building. Yeah, but that sucks. Yeah, Die Trader is by far the most important NPC. Die system has been overhauled to improve... Dude, 4 hours in. Non-stop talking. It gets to you. Improve the general appearance of all dies. Crafting grid button now has graphics for toggling. Smart cursor, that's what they called it. Now works for that shit. I'm a wreck, dude. Platforms will now automatically place as stairs. Yeah, no, okay, yeah. Worst fucking addition to the game. There's a lot of worst additions to the game. You can now right-click clickable tiles when the mouse is hovering over them in Smart Cursor. That makes sense. Dryad will sometimes chant, making the spot underneath her glow, and she gives you a... Oh, 8 defense? I thought it gave you life regen. Yeah. Yeah. Wait. Oh, that's for enemies! It gives them negative... health regeneration? Or is that saying it's damaging them? I guess it is damaging them 2 to 16 and stops enemy health regeneration, which I don't think any enemies have health regeneration. And then it gives you defense, Thorns effect, and increased health regen. When did they add Traveling Merchant team color blocks? No fucking clue. But... it hasn't shown up in the patch notes yet. Either that or I glossed over it, which is pretty plausible. You can get 999 blocks for free. That's funny. They must have changed that. Maybe not, though. Expert mode! Which was the actual good difficulty addition to Terraria, as opposed to what we'll see in the upcoming updates. It still has problems with it, though. Quite a few. Expert node can now be toggled in world creation, will cause a host of changes, all designed to provide greater challenge with greater rewards. And it actually does give you greater rewards, unlike master mode. You stay dead longer, just like not very fun, especially in multiplayer. But I already talked about that issue. Boss health scales in multiplayer depending on the number of players. Why is that not a normal difficulty thing? I can't believe it takes expert mode to scale in multiplayer. That seems fucked up. Weaker enemies gain increased stats as the player progresses, starting in hard mode. Oh, I thought it happened pre-hard mode too. You drop 75% of your coins on death as opposed to 50%. Enemies can pick up your gold. Hahaha. Monsters have a small chance to spawn in towns. Some normal enemies have been given new AI. Bosses have been given new AI. That's the big one. That's the important one right there. Bosses will drop treasure bags, which is like fucking crazy. Because if you're not playing on expert mode, you just have to share the items between multiplayer players. It's basically like... Treasure bag should just be a thing for all difficulties, and the reward should change based on difficulty. The fact that people not playing on expert mode don't get treasure bags is so silly. Because it just means you have to fight every boss like 20 times to get enough for everyone you're playing with. But yeah, there are also additional rewards for expert mode. Pots now drop more items when broken. Ice monsters gain an additional chance to freeze you. It's a weird one. Quest rewards give more money, talking to the angler. Bats have a chance to give the feral bite debuff, which gives you random other debuffs. Life regen isn't as effective unless you have the well-fed buff. Vampire Inspector healing is slightly less effective. And the defense statistic is more effective than in normal mode. And that is single-handedly the biggest problem with expert and master mode. It is, like, I don't understand, man. Like, the way the developers talked about it, I think, like, Andrew Spinks directly said, like, it's so that armor is more meaningful in expert mode. But all that does is make the defense stat more meaningful. It doesn't make armor more meaningful. If you wanted to make armor more meaningful, you would have just tweaked the defense stats on every armor for expert mode. But even still, that's still pretty problematic, I guess. It's effectively the same thing. What you need to do is just balance the armor, not just the defense stats. Sorry, I said a dummy thing. But yeah, if you, like, made armor set bonuses better and that kind of thing, that would be infinitely more appreciable than increasing the effectivity of the defense stat, because increasing the effectivity, or effectiveness, I don't think effectivity is a real word, increasing effectiveness of the defense stat just means that defense is the only stat that matters on armor. Isn't expert mode supposed to make the game harder? It definitely does. Like, the damage increase from enemies and bosses overcomes the increase in defense effectiveness. But it still has the unfortunate side effect of making it so that why would you ever use, especially when the Spectre healing is made worse in expert mode, why the fuck would you ever use the healing version of Spectre armor when you're not even going to get that much health regeneration out of it, and it has severely lower defense stats? In fact, defense is so meaningful in expert mode and master mode that the cool flavor and effectiveness of using magic armor as a magic character kind of goes out the window, because, like, especially when you get to the late game, even if you're using ranged, even if you're using magic, defense is just too good. It's too good of a stat. So if you really want to be playing optimally, you're just going to be wearing the beetle armor. Like, that's just it. You're going to be wearing the armor that gives you the highest defense stat, even if you don't benefit from the melee bonuses, just because defense literally means everything. So, all in all, expert mode was still good, mostly because of the addition that all of the bosses have more interesting and cooler AI. But again, like, this is just a glaring problem that I look at Relogic as a team, and I'm like, I don't really know if I would say these guys are qualified to make a Terraria sequel, unless they really, really think hard about what the fuck is wrong with Terraria. But it really seems like, especially the way they talked about it, like saying, this makes armor more important in expert mode. It just seems like a complete lack of understanding of what they did with that change. Depends on how you play, you don't fight in a way where the bosses can touch you a lot. Okay, but still, like, just talking on how good one stat is versus another, like, there are very few things that actually make you want to pick something other than defense. Like, I'm not saying you can't play the game wearing, like, magic armor, or even the Spectre armor, for example. Like, yeah, you can beat the game wearing no armor. That's not the point. The point is, how good is one armor versus another armor? And increasing the effectiveness of the defense stat just means that the melee armors that have more defense are going to inevitably be better armors than any other armors in the game. It just doesn't matter what other bonus stats you get out of it. You need speed? Okay, but like there's like one armor set that increases your movement speed. Like nothing increases speed. Oh, I guess, wait, no. You're saying that, doesn't the turtle armor, I think the turtle armor does slightly slow you down. But it's not even that much. And if you need speed, just like make a swiftness potion, which probably entirely counterbalances the speed debuff. I don't know the numbers on it, but I mean, I'll just look at it, right? I'll just look at it. Beetle. How much does the beetle armor slow you? It slows you... actually, nope, it gives you speed, so not even applicable. It is increased movement. Turtle armor, I think, does slow you down. So... reduces damage take... Oh! It's literally just a flat 15% damage reduction? Holy shit! Fuck the beetle armor. Like, yeah, it has less defense. This is single-handedly the most disgustingly overpowered armor in the game. Wait, no. Wait, what? Huh? Enemies are more likely to target you. There's no... It doesn't slow you down. It doesn't slow you down at all. Attackers also take double damage? What does that mean, attackers also take double damage? Does that mean if you're hit, it does twice the damage dealt to you back? Or is that saying that you just do double damage? Because that could be interpreted a number of different ways. But a fucking flat 15% damage reduction is so silly. This is, like, by far the best armor in the game. If you actually care about the stats on armor. Which, yeah, I mean, just defense being stronger really pushes it more towards the melee armor being better, unfortunately. Like, if they went in and balanced every armor specifically, I wouldn't have a problem. But just making defense better is so stupid. So stupid. Alright. Invasion events now have a progression bar showing how far you are towards completion. New randomly generated slime rain. Well, in a way, it is randomly generated, because it's random what slime spawn. I wasn't wrong. Goblin Invasion has been graphically updated, and, has a new mini-boss in hard mode. The guy that gives you the voodoo doll. Pirate Invasion has the Flying Dutchman now. Blood Moon has new enemies and graphic effect. Solar Eclipse can now be triggered with the Solar Tablet, just let you farm. But they never made it so you could farm Blood Moons, did they? Or maybe... No. In 1.4, they did add an item that lets you trigger Blood Moons. They did. I think. I'm not thinking of Calamity, am I? I know Calamity for sure has an item, but I think Journey's End also added one. New Martian Madness event. It's a very, very fun event. Cultists spawn after you defeat the golem, which is the end game. Crafting, I'm probably just gonna skip over because like there's no chance any of that is interesting. Miscellaneous, vultures, for example. Coins are now animated. I'm just gonna like very slowly scroll and see if I see anything interesting. Not really. Well-fed buff times have been increased. That's nice, given that they're much more required in expert mode. Not required, but, you know, you're gonna be using them, probably. Chlorophyte can grow in bigger chunks. Life root can spawn closer together. There's nothing too bad I'm seeing in here. If I'm skipping over something atrocious, my bad. But it has been 4 hours and 15 minutes. Uh... Meteorites spawn in larger chunks. I'm just gonna open the meteorite tab, and we'll look at that at the end of all of this. Just throw that back here. Because I want to see exactly the history of changes for meteorite, just so I can know when they made the fucko mistakos. Yeah, nothing seems super wild in the miscellaneous section. A lot of new items, most of them are good. Honestly, like, I can't complain about too many of them. There's a lot of, like, items that no one cares about, that no one has ever crafted in their life. Like, I would love that. I would love the statistics on, like, how many players have actually crafted certain items. Because I guarantee you look at the furniture items, and it drops to, like, below 1% of players have ever crafted these. Iron Skin helps because they're easier to make and they increase defense by... Yeah, no, for sure. There's also the underground one that gives you, like, percentage damage reduction, which is silly strong. And that one's not too hard to craft. Yeah, Endurance Potion, there you go. The defensive mechanics in the game are just poorly done, straight up. Like, there's nothing good to say about it. I don't think I need to go into every single item thing, because it's just a lot of new items and minor balance changes. I'm not going to see anything extremely wild in this list, probably. Ice Rod blocks are now slippery. Who would have thought? Right. 1.3.0.3. I wonder why I included this one. And if you're playing on Calamity mod, which also doesn't do that great of a job with defenses, you also get, I think with warding, you get an additional 4% percentage damage reduction for every single accessory you have warding on, which is just ridiculous overkill. It's silly. Alright, they added the new config.json settings. That's pretty cool. JSON! When using left shift on inventory while in shop, you can have an indicator while you're selling items. Thumbs up. You can now quickly move items between chests. This is why I kept this one in here. Yeah, I kept this patch note in here because I briefly saw that it took 4 to 5 years after the game was released before you could quick put items into an inventory by shift clicking. Took like 4 or 5 years before you could shift click into a chest. It's just unbelievable. Stardust Guardian is now dyeable. Wow. I don't think I'm gonna find anything else interesting in here. The final boss's leech debuff has been overhauled. Spoilers, hehe. Yeah, I don't know. Nothing else in here seems meaningful. I can't believe it took that long to add a shift-click button, though. Shift-click feature. This fixed a number of bugs. Oh, yeah, I kept this one in here because, again, good. This is a good update. We call this a good one. The ability to fight the Moon Lord more than one time per lunar event is very important. Still, I wish it was significantly cheaper to craft this item. Like, at least half as expensive to craft. Because you really don't get that many Moon Lord fights per lunar event. And the lunar event is so tedious to go through over and over and over again. Moon Bite duration. That's just the debuff he gives. Buffed Phantasm a bit. It was really bugged. These must have been made by the developers themselves then, because they're so quirky, dude. They're so quirky. Portal gun bolt speed quadrupled, so you can no longer travel faster than your bolt. That's funny. Eater of Worlds expert mode vial spit damage has been reduced. Aww. Nerfing bosses. Alright, yep, that basically the only thing of importance here was that one right there, which is a good one. 1.3.1. This is the wiring and mechanics update. Dude, I've been streaming for so long, I need to fucking speed this up. I think I'm going to start by saying... How are these quality of life features? Improved 1800 sprite graphics? That's quality of life? Is it just me, or are potions harder to make than they are worth? But Iron Skin is so easy to make with maximum benefits? The majority of potions are completely useless, yeah. And the majority of potions require fishing, which no one wants to do. Unfortunately, like, one of the only good potions, the endurance one, does require fishing. But it's worth it, because it's such a ridiculous buff. But yeah, the majority of potions exist for literally no reason. There's so many. No one cares about them. Optimized net messages? That's quality of life? Improved the settings menu and added new... This is quality of life? Hello? I feel like we have a completely different understanding of what quality of life means. Improved melee hit detection around slopes? I wouldn't really say that's quality of life, buddy. Alright. I actually don't think there's that much for me to talk about in this one. Critters spawned from statues are no longer catchable. My infinite money! No! Highly increased Duke Fishron's runaway distance. Probably a good thing. Medusa can no longer petrify players directly above her? No, that's the most fun of that enemy. Everybody loves flying 2 inches above the ground and then taking infinite fall damage by being frozen. That was the best. Medusa is now hard mode only? I forgot there was a time where that wasn't the case. Good lord. You can now find beehives in the jungle. Is this where they added the bee boss? What? Where was the bee boss added? I thought the bee boss has been in the game for ages. Better sprites or quality of life because your eyes don't have to look at awful sprites that hurt your eyes. Alright. I can get that much. Yeah, that's crazy that bees haven't been a thing for this long. Lower the volume of solar eruptions use sound. That's funny. Torches can now be put on actuated tiles. Who cares? Who cares? Why is that not a bug fix? I don't know. Target dummies no longer benefit from the lifesteal or specter set. Aww. There is one new set of clothes for male and female characters. Alright. And a bunch of wiring stuff that I don't think... if 1% of people have... Less than 1% of people have crafted certain furniture items, there is a less than 0.001% of players that have done anything interesting with the wiring in this game. Literally anything interesting. They tried, though. 1.3.2 focuses on Terraria's 5th birthday! Woo! Look how far we've come, gamers. I think this is just the addition of Party Girl NPC. I assume. Nope, not... Oh yeah, Party Girl NPC. And parties as a thing. Or did the Party Girl NPC come before this? And then they added parties after she existed. That's kind of funny to think about. Changed the shooting star sound on the sword. It's not that bad. Plus, you could just mute the audio. There's your quality of life fix right there. I don't even know why I fucking include... Oh, there's more quality of life improvements! That's why I included this. All Phase Saber blades have updated sprites. Quality of life. Undocumented change, by the way. Nerfed beehive type bees in expert mode. Significantly... How is this quality of life? Significantly reduced count of unnecessary player synchronization calls. I would not say that increased the quality of life. Some would say more synchronization calls would be helpful. Because the game desyncs. Well, I've already talked about that. Trees now grow with a poof! Rain clouds are now craftable. Alright. Klinger's staff can now use platforms as its resting point? Huh? I guess I just don't know what this does. Oh, I see. Yeah, I've never used this weapon, really. So now you can use it on platforms. Probably makes sense, because without that, it just means it's unusable on boss fights. Made improvements to chat tags. Town NPCs will try and avoid running away from home. You can now use the sort feature with chess. It's pretty good. That's actual quality of life. After reaching hard mode, you can choose the type of world's evil when generating new worlds. If you have already reached hard mode, just load any pre-existing hard mode world and it'll activate this feature. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? I mean, it's better than... Yes, having the option is definitely better than just randomly selecting it, for sure. 1.3.3, this is the desert update. I didn't actually play that much of Terraria around this point because I was just kind of like washed out after 1.3, and I was like, I don't know, you know? What else can they add? What else can they add that'll interest me outside of 1.3? Actually, like a very small amount of things even added. But this is where they made underground deserts miserable. This is where they turned underground deserts into an interesting biome. I'll say, it is like, it has its own unique feel to it, but it does suck to be in. By far one of the worst. And it got even worse in 1.4 when they added the eggs that spawn a ridiculous amount of enemies. Quality of life. Sandstorms hinder your movement greatly. Yep. I would definitely chuck that in there. Alright, so they had sandstorms. Blizzards now have a graphical effect like sandstorms. Desert and the underworld now have a heat distortion visual effect. And dripping sand effects can be found in the desert. As well as changing the generation to the underground desert. Or at least the things you find within. You know, it's a pretty good update. I give it a sideways but slightly up thumb. Though I never really interfaced with it. Okay, yeah, no, this is where I, that previous update I just didn't play because I was like, you know, I washed out of Terraria, basically. This update I didn't play because I was like, what are you doing, Terraria? This is just weird. This is just a very weird feature that I still can't believe is in the game, but there actually are some good items that you can get from it. Like, there's some pretty powerful weapons, and, I think there's a mount that's pretty good, although I don't know if that's introduced yet. Pets, weapons, other. They have wings. I can't remember if there's a good mount. I know there's definitely some good weapons, though. So it's not entirely a waste of time. It's just weird. It's just weird. And it forces you to build a large arena for it, and it's very, very nitpicky about that arena, and doesn't like any alterations and elevation. It has to be completely flat. It's so picky. Very, very picky. But, I don't know. It gets a thumb sideways and slightly down, honestly. Weird crossover. And then finally! I say finally, but there are a few preceding updates. Preceding? Post-seeding. There are a few post-seeding. There's gotta be a better word for that. There's a few post-seeding updates that follow Journey's End. But this is the big one. This is the update that really made me realize I don't know about this Relogic guy. This one guy, Sir Relogic, first and last name. I don't know about him. But yeah, it's just so many questionable changes. Some good things, some bad things, some really bad things. Staffs are kind of useless. If you like the staffs, you can activate and they just continue working, though. I assume you're talking about the sentry towers. Because, yeah. I mean, all of the sentry summons in the game are kind of dog shit. But there are some good, like, actual weapons that you get as drops as well. Okay, starting with Journey mode. There's nothing particularly negative about Journey Mode. I guess there is something negative about Journey Mode. Why do you have to grind? Like, it's a creative mode, but you have to grind for the creative part of it. Which is just weird. Like, you have to unlock the ability to get infinite of an item. Just weird. Just weird. There's also, like, a bunch of, like, weird sliders that make the game more or less interesting. Master Mode! I assume there's a section for Master Mode. There's a lot here. I'll say that much. Holy shit, dude. There's a lot here, huh? Oh, and they actually have real patch notes. This is the first patch note that's had real fucking balance notes. Okay. Well, I'll start by saying Master Mode is a big disappointment, and I feel like they didn't understand what people liked about Expert Mode, obviously. Because no enemies or bosses have new AI, pretty much. And, it's just statistical changes, and not particularly good ones. Added 2 brand new bosses to seek out and challenge. Queen Slime, awful. Empress of Light, can't really form an opinion, because I didn't play Journey's End enough to fight it. I washed out at Plantera, because, I mean, there's a solid, like, 4 hours of me on stream waiting for Plantera bulbs to spawn, and just going like, why am I doing this? This sucks. And then deciding not to play Vanilla Terraria anymore, because Vanilla Terraria kind of sucks. Added the Bestiary, which, nothing negative to say about it, outside of, I think a lot of monsters take too many kills before they unlock additional information. Like, you'll beat the fucking game, and your zombie encyclopedia information will still be at, like, 1 star. You're like, okay, cool, thanks. Now I know how much HP this thing I kill in 1 hit has. Added golf! No one cares. Similar to fishing. Like, I don't know, it's kind of... Okay, I'll give golf a slight upgrade to fishing, because at the very least you can, like, download people's worlds and, like, have fun on a golf course. But you don't have to engage with the mechanic like the game wants you to do with fishing. So golf is, it's alright. Master Mode be like, it's a blood moon and evil forces watching you, a goblin attack is invading from the west. Yeah. Yeah, they do like to make you sad like that. Though that's less a Master Mode thing and just a Terraria thing. It feels like, that's one of the issues I honestly have with Terraria, is that there's so many events and stuff that happen outside of your control. You just get flung into, like, wasting 10 or 15 minutes of time because the game told you to. It's like, oh, you wanted to actually progress the game? Actually, we're going to make it so it's a solar eclipse now, and you're going to be dying over and over again at spawn point. That's what your modern day experience is now. So have fun with that. Added 2 brand new oh, yep, already read that one. Bestiary Golf. Windy Day. No one cares. Added Town Pylons. Quite possibly the most butchered a feature has ever been implemented into any video game. Like, such a good idea done horribly. Because of how finicky it is to satisfy the pylon. And to make it so that corruption doesn't endlessly make it so your towns aren't a thing anymore. Just miserable. Like, the amount of time I spent trying to save my desert from corruption, I probably would have had a better time and gotten it done faster if I had just made an artificial desert floating in the sky somewhere, so that it was impossible for corruption to spread to. Like, I actually think that it would have taken less time to do that than the amount of time I spent tending to my desert and the corruption that would not go away. Added hidden luck system. No reason this should ever exist. Like, this is just a stupid mechanic. Do not like. Bad system. Officially adding texture pack support is nice, I guess. Added block swap is nice, I guess. Terraria now has a brand new... who cares? Added character world creation menu, sure. Added boss health bars! I can't believe this added boss health bars! Again, it's a thing that, like, this is literally the last update to the game added boss health bars, and I've felt like that has been in the game since day one. That's so weird. Dryad should sell better purification items. Yeah! I mean, I don't know, it's hard to say. Like, the Clentaminator is not a bad purification item. It's just, like, the way corruption exists in the world. It's so fucking tedious. Like, yeah, if there was a Clentaminator, like, packet that, well, the thing is, this... I want to say, if there was a Clentaminator packet that allowed the spread of something that doesn't allow corruption into it, that would be A-okay. The thing is, there is that. It's called Hollowed. The only problem with Hollowed is that Hollowed completely fucks over the town and pylon system of the game. Because, like, the only way to avoid corruption being a huge pain in the ass is Hollowed. But then all of your towns are hollowed. So you can only have one pylon, right? Like, it's just stupid. It's just stupid. It's a bad system. I think that hollowed should honestly just not be a pylon thing. Or if it is a pylon thing, just allow hollowed deserts to count as hollowed and desert when buying and using pylons. Anyways. It's such an easy fix, but obviously they don't care or think that it's better this way. Alright, emote commands. Awesome, dude. I love to emoji. Loading screen with help text, alright. Additional health and mana bar options is whatever, it's just vanity. Minimap border options, also vanity. Recommended achievement icon? Huh? Added a recommended achievement icon to guide the player. What? I don't even know what that means. Oh! Because there is an in-game achievement thing as well. So I guess they show an achievement that the player should probably be working towards, I guess. That's a cute idea. Although I don't know if literally any player has ever seen that. Even on accident. Added a new achievement to craft a workbench. Makes sense. Didn't they make it, like, super rare, though? What do you mean? Didn't they make what super rare? There's not that much chat delay, but there's enough chat delay for me to lose context sometimes. There's also Halloween Hollowed. I don't think there's a Halloween biome, or if there is, you have to manually create it. Oh, there is a graveyard, if that's what you're talking about. Hollow is super rare? Yeah, but the way I always used to play the game, because, like, nobody likes it when their town, where all of their NPCs is covered in corruption now, and they're not allowed to use NPCs, right? That's just a miserable gameplay experience. So what I always used to do when playing Terraria is have my one rectangular house in the center of the world, and as soon as hard mode started, the Dryad starts selling hollowed seeds. I would just buy like 50 hollowed seeds and spread them out around both sides of my base. And that was plenty to make my entire spawn area turn into hollowed so that corruption wouldn't spread to it and I would never have a problem with NPCs leaving. But the issue with the new pylon system is that you aren't allowed to make every single town hollowed. If I could, I would make a hollowed desert, I would make a hollowed ice biome, I would make a hollowed beach. But the problem is, if you do that, all of your towns count as hollowed. They don't count as beach, they don't count as ice or snow, they don't count as desert. So my suggestion is that it should count them as both. But they don't. Which means you're only allowed to have one hollowed biome if you want to use all of your pylons. You're only allowed to have one hollowed biome, which means that all of your other biomes that you teleport to are at risk of being corrupted at some point down the line, and it's probably gonna fucking happen, because corruption is a pain in the ass in hard mode before you kill Plantera. So, yeah, it's fucked up, basically. I think you said that before. I think you told me that a while back. But, like, while that's admirable, that's not the normal gameplay experience, right? Like, eliminating all the corruption from your world is not even a good thing, because then there's certain resources you can't get when you eliminate corruption. So, I don't know, just the way the game handles it is done really poorly, IMO. Done really poorly. Alright, continuing. Ambient background objects to the sky, no one cares. This is ambience, I don't care. I mean, it's funny that they call the graveyard biome ambience, though, because the graveyard biome is a fucking pain in the ass, dude. You constantly have to pick up graves now, or forever be punished by endless ghosts. Awful. Awful, awful. Added a chance for meteor showers, which drastically increase falling star rates. I don't think I've ever seen that. Some would recommend the Clintaminator over Purification Powder, but that is one way of doing it. Added the ability for players to blink. Incredible. World gen and biomes. I don't know, there's not that much to say about this stuff, honestly. Biome backgrounds, who cares? Underground desert was made disgusting. Much more disgusting than the last update even added. Oasis mini biomes, like, yeah, it's cute, I guess. Not too much to say about these, though. Added several new traps to World Gen. Cool. Thank you. Thank you very much. I didn't even... I think I commented on this, actually. I don't know what exactly they did to change the dungeon, but I remember when I was playing the dungeon in 1.4, it felt off. And I think I didn't like it, but I would have to rewatch what I said about it in the moment to actually remember what it changed. Several new moon variations, like added sea oats, okay. Added a hard mode desert chest in the biome key. I don't think I've ever known that. What the fuck is in the hard mode desert biome chest? I didn't know they added another biome chest. What? What? I'm gonna fucking look at that right now. Dryad was just like, cool, okay, thanks, bye. Yeah, I doubt that there is anything special when you purify your entire world, because it's probably something that shouldn't be incentivized, but maybe there's funny little flavor text. It's definitely the thing that's better Googled instead of actually doing yourself, though. The Desert Tiger Staff. The fuck is this? What? Summons a Desert Tiger that deals contact damage every 6 seconds. Oh! It's a summon that doesn't cannibalize all damage like the rest of every other summon. The tiger can curl up and perform a pounce attack. Just tell me, what is the tier thing? The Desert Tiger Staff is special in that if used more than once, multiple tigers do not spawn. Instead, the spawn tiger becomes stronger. I see. Up to 9. Alright. That's cool. Oh, holy shit! What the fuck? That pounce was, under-exaggerated in the wiki description. That is quite the fucking pounce, dude. Jesus Christ. Well, that's cool. And I'm all for a minion or summon that doesn't spawn duplicates of it again because of that damage cannibalization thing. That, like, how hard would it be to just change the way damage is handled in Terraria? Surely not that hard. Because damage cannibalization just shouldn't exist as a thing. Enemies should be able to take damage from multiple different things on every frame. And it's not even, like, friendly. It doesn't even check for what is the highest source of damage on that frame. It's literally just random. It is just pure random. If multiple things damage an enemy on the same frame, complete fucking random as to what it picks. And more often than not, when you have a summon or multiple summons that are all doing damage on basically every frame, means that you're never going to be able to do any damage yourself. It's a very frustrating thing that makes summons more or less unusable unless that's your only source of damage, which is probably not going to be your only source of damage because summons suck. But that summon in particular seems like it's done well. Does damage every... Surely, it must have been every 0.6 seconds. I must have missed a decimal point there. Damage every 0.6 second. It's not that bad. Music, don't care. Enemies and critters. Yeah, I know they added more critters. And the 2 new bosses we already talked about. Well, didn't really talk about that one. Empress of Light. Yep, haven't experienced it, but I've heard it's okay. And has a cool summon weapon. But still, not enough to carry the summon class as a whole. Added Blood Moon Fishing, which is honestly like what I would want out of fishing, is fishing that includes combat tied to it. That would make fishing more interesting. But instead, like, I've done Blood Moon Fishing a handful of times, and more often than not, I just got, like, the normal fishing rewards. Like, very rarely do you get the actual monsters and mini-bosses out of Blood Moon Fishing. And even then, it's not guaranteed to give you any cool drops. Equipment and items. Added Zenith, the ultimate sword. I've still never seen what this does or looks like. What do you do? Oh, okay. That's really fucking cool. Like, I am a sucker for good visual effects. Like, I want to slow that down, because I'm so bad at animating visual effects myself. What is actually happening there? That's fucking beautiful. It's like throwing out a lot of copies of itself. And am I seeing other swords in there? Like, I'm seeing, like, the pumpkin sword, and it looks like it's throwing out, like, random other swords. Presumably the ingredients you use to craft it. And they each have a special colored trail around them. God, that is beautiful. I love a good fucking trail effect. Alright, well, I'm glad I looked at that, because that just brought up 0.01 points to the Journey's End update. That's a cool sword. I like that one. Added Celebration Mark II to Moonlord's loot pool. Improved replacement version of Celebration, which is now sold by Party Girl after defeating the Golem. What does that do? That's less impressive after looking at Zenith. But okay. Super Star Shooter, a hard mode star cannon? I've never seen any of these. Oh no, I actually have seen this one. It's not that impressive. An entirely new class of sonar weapons, whips, all of which are complete fucking dog shit. All of them are awful. Although, you know, probably that one is okay, but still. They're just like, they're so bad. 6 summon tag damage. Use time 30. I don't know what that actually translates to. But, not very good. Anyways. Like, cool conceptually, but when your summons are cannibalizing all the damage, you're probably not even going to get that summon tag damage. Good luck. Good luck. Hollowed Summoner Helmet. It's a joke. It's a funny joke. A handful of useless items, such as Step Stool. They tried, man. They tried to add summoner stuff. They really did. Fledgling Wings is the only pre-hard mode wing, which is pretty cool. Glad they introduced wings earlier, because they're basically required for the game to be fun. Nothing happens when you cleanse your world. Just for fun, then. Just for fun. I am surprised, though. I thought at the very least there'd be fun little flavor text for the Dryad. Re-added the lunar drills. Okay. Added dirt bombs, which is, I guess, if you need a landfill something for whatever reason. Tungsten bullet, alternative to silver bullet. Sergeant United Shield. The fuck even, what is... Oh, it's just a meme. It's just a meme item. Okay. I should have known. The Jousting Lances, which are actually pretty fucking silly. Isn't there, like, an upgraded version of this? I think there is. Yeah. The damage is based on speed, which, allows you to do some funny stuff if you're moving pretty fast. Kites are a pointless feature, which Terraria is not new to. 50 new food and drink items. Cool. Paper airplanes. Pointless. New underground desert items to make it more interesting. Many more weapons, accessories, and other useful tools. As well as golf stuff, because they added golf. Furniture and blocks. Don't care. Vanity. Sure. More than 10 new mounts. How many of these have I even seen? I've seen that one for sure. I don't think I've seen any of these horses. Maybe I did at some point. It's hard to remember everything about Terraria. Definitely never seen that guy. Or that guy, because I don't think I ever actually beat Queen Slime. I just saw how shit of a fight it was, and then I stopped caring. Never seen. Never seen. Even though I've actually tried to farm this before. I've never seen Rudolph either. Yeah, there is a mount that you get out of, it's a pre-hard mode flying mount. That's right. I knew there was a mount you got from that event. Never seen the goat, or maybe I did see the goat. I don't know. No, I don't think I have ever seen the goat. Never seen the tree mount. Never seen the sand tank. I have seen the pirate ship, though. Infinite. Oh, thanks for telling me what that means. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? When was the first time I saw the Angry Tumbler? Probably in my Journey's End playthrough. Which, again, is on YouTube. You could find it. I'm not going to do the work for you. Yeah. I don't even want to look through quality of life because of what they've counted as quality of life before. Like, I think I'm done with this patch note, or I'm actually going to be here forever. I'm not going to go into every single item's balance changes. I think I just need I need to go. Like, I think I've said everything that I'm going to say about the patch note stuff. And I also have to use the fucking bathroom, which is why I'm rushing through these patch notes, because I'll take a bathroom break before I do the tier list memes. Like, there's nothing interesting I'm going to find in all of these balance changes, of which there's quite a few, as well as bug fixes. Quite a few. Quite a long list of patch notes for this one, huh? Quite a big one. Look at it for fun, I'll pass. That was like 800 things. Just in the quality of life and below sections. Added Master and Journey to command line options for a dedicated server. Ghosts are more likely to despawn. Meteorites no longer fall until the Eater of Worlds, the Brain of Cthulhu, has been defeated, because they really think that that's what the game needs, is to make the early game mandatory, despite no one liking it. Killing Eater of Worlds, Brain of Cthulhu, again, will boost the drop rate of subsequent meteors in the following night. Meteorites can no longer be destroyed by explosives? They've done this multiple times, I swear, which is why I had the meteorite thing up here, because I know they've done it in updates prior to 1.4, and gone back and forth on it. Pirate Captain spawns Pirate Curse when he's killed, no one cares. Dune Rider boots can now be tinkered with rocket boots. How is that not the default? Must have just been an oversight. Torch luck can no longer negatively just fuck the luck mechanic entirely. For people who play Terraria and don't know about the luck mechanic, it's stupid and actually does affect combat, because crit chances are affected by your luck stat as well. And I think it's also, like, because weapons have a variance for how much damage they do, I think that luck also affects how likely you are to get the higher damage values when you hit something. Luck is a stupid fucking stat. And the ways that you increase and decrease it are awful. Increased prismatic lacewing? What are you? Oh, that's for the boss that I never fought. That makes sense. Angry Dandelions now have a chance to drop Daybloom. I don't even know who you are. Betsy now only takes 1 kill to max bestiary progress, like other main bosses. Zenith now requires Beekeeper in its recipe. Okay. Isn't that like a really, really low tier sword? Yep. Okay. Whatever. Go off, Queen. Tombstones are now displayed with Dangerous Sense, as they should be. Alright, I think I'm done with that one. 1.4.1, I originally was going to include here because of the massive list of balance changes again, but there's just no fucking way I have the time to look through all that. So let's look if there's anything actually interesting added here. Added new achievements, vanity sets, credits music, Princess NPC with a variety of related items, including a new hairstyle. Early game summon equipment? Oh, I actually didn't know they added more. New pre-hard mode whip, spinal tap, craftable at dungeon tier. Lava-proof fishing hook can be combined. Wait, what is this sentence saying? Added a lava-proof fishing hook and angler tackle bag tinker. Okay, yeah, no, it's saying those can be combined. What a weird structure of that sentence. That could have been worded so much nicer. Beehives and antlion eggs can now be crafted and placed. Cool. Added rainbow cursor vanity accessory. What is it, what does it look like? Oh, that's it playing. You know, it's cute, I guess. Vanity accessory changes, ignored. Other content/design changes, journey mode duplication menu has been overhauled. Torch God, I don't care about. Bestiary now indicates if a drop is wave-based. Interesting. Again, I don't know that much about the Bestiary, because I never unlocked anything in it. Plantero Sombrero? Ooh. Cool. I like that guy. Cool guy. I want to meet that guy. Why'd I include these, dude? Fucking... NPC happiness now gives the space bonus for 3 NPC towns. Previously, there was neither a bonus nor a penalty at 3 NPCs. But this was perceived as a penalty, so it has been changed. Okay. Okay. They didn't change anything meaningful. Alright, so basically... That's my thoughts. That's my thoughts in 5 hours. In 5 hours, that's what I think about Terraria's patch notes. But let me look at the meteorite specifically here, because I know they went back and forth on it. Desktop introduced 1.4. I'm not insane here, right? There was definitely an update. They just don't have it in the patch notes. There was definitely an update prior to 1.4 where they made it so that bombs and dynamite did not work for mining it. But that's not listed in the patch notes. So I seem like an insane person right now, but I swear it to be true. There was an update earlier than Journey's End that tried to squash out the early game meteorite, and I know personally because I was one of the main boys. I mean, I'm sure there are plenty of people who did that strategy, but yeah, I that was like always my main line of playing the game was early meteorite, and then I know for sure before 1.4 they removed it at some point. You could spawn the meteors, but there was definitely one update where bombs didn't work on, like, Crematane and whatever the corruption block is, and there was another update that made it so that bombs didn't work on meteorite. Anyways, and dynamite as well. I need to piss really fucking bad. So I'm gonna do that real quick, and then I'm gonna do this fucking tier list meme, and I'll fix my stream settings and all that afterwards. Be right back. This is way too long of a stream. I'm sorry. But, that's just how it is.